said anything like that. I was called a killer. I was said I was a nigga, that I didn't have a job, this and that, blah, 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 and all of that shit. So,
get the sequence of events correct, because
brother, this is what's going on. I'm talking to Katrina and not you, brother.
Bitch, but I'm on stage and this is Clubhouse. If we're going to talk
I never called you a bitch until you called me a bitch, and now I'm calling you a bitch ass nigga, and I'm telling your bitch ass to shut the fuck up and let me talk to the woman, bitch ass nigga.
If you were in front of me, bitch, you would not lay a finger on me, because I would letting you out flat cold.
Swear to God, they wouldn't be like that, bitch ass nigga.
Oh, I surely would.
You would be fucked up.
No, you would not fuck me up. You would not fuck me up, bitch.
Pause.
You would not.
You're right. I take it back. That don't even sound right.
You definitely wouldn't.
But he's showing exactly what happened. Right, bro.
No, to be fair, you was in the chat when Hurricane was speaking before you even got on stage and said that, we need some real men to speak on this stage.
I definitely didn't say that.
I was telling you, well, if you think...
Yeah, go look back in the chat and see that.
That was Sam.
That was another person. That was Sam. Yeah, Bonnet. Wrong nigga.
Who said that? Who said that? So Jesse,
shout out to my brother Sam though, because I actually do agree.
I have a question for you, actually. What is your invested interest in protecting Three from what is a just criticism? Because when hold on. Let me just finish. Let me finish. Because I'm starting to get actually irritated. Because what's not gonna happen is you are not gonna gaslight me. And I have accurately used that word.
You gotta use the same talking points for everything. It's crazy.
Now you're gonna argue with me when you respectfully wished to respond to Katrina's comment. Jesse, when I came off of my mic with my comment, you attempted to correct me and to say that I was making a mistaken claim. Bonnet just came off of her mic with some clarifying information, and you took it upon yourself to correct her.
It was wrong information. I didn't say what she said I said.
Petty. I'm about to put him down because this is too much.
Are you overstimulated?
To correct her, right? And what I want to know is, what is your vested interest in correcting us two Black women about the details of this exchange? That's what I would like to know from Jesse.
The reason why I came in is because I remember Sam making that comment, and Bonnet said that it was Three. So I was just correcting the record that it was actually Sam who said that.
But do you realize that you're also incorrect, because he consistently made comments in the chat? And if you go in the chat before Bonnet even made her comment, and I wrote in the chat, what you're saying is not true, because you were making snide comments in the chat. But that still doesn't answer my question. What is your invested interest in doing that? You didn't have to do that. He could have defended himself. Why, in both of those instances, did you feel it necessary to defend him against us? That's what I'm asking.
No, I wasn't.
Direct question.
I wasn't defending him against you in general. You made a general statement about men who come to this room and don't want to talk to the women. And what I was saying from the very beginning, Three was talking to someone else. And in Hurricane, he didn't want to talk to Hurricane at all. And then you asked the question. He wanted to tell you about his nonprofit and other things. He just didn't want to answer your question in general.
Okay.
This thing happened before.
Your comment.
I'm just about.
I'm sorry. What you're doing right now answers my question. Actually, it indirectly answers my question.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank
one time before, I was talking to somebody, and then a little Dretty boy jumped in. And I was like, I'm not talking to you. You know what I'm saying? And then, I'm not talking to you. I was talking to another man. I'm saying, I'm not talking to you, man, little Dretty boy. I was talking to another person. So it happens in times when you're having a conversation with one person, and the other people start throwing in questions. You might not want to answer the question.
Okay.
So as far as me having a vested interest, I don't know, Bree. I have great respect for you, Dr. AG, my Coleman sister. So I don't have no issue with you. But when Bonnet said something that was incorrect, I want to say, that wasn't Bree who said that. He may have said stuff before, like you said. He may have made comments, but in that moment, he didn't say what Bonnet accused him of. So I was just correcting the record. I wasn't protecting him. I'm not protecting anybody. I'm just letting people know that that's not what happened. And as far as me gaslighting, I apologize for gaslighting. Sometimes I just like things to be straight. Bree might have a lot of issues that you can, argue with him about. You might have things you can check him about. But if he didn't say that, then I put something on him he didn't say. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, it's always gonna be Coleman love, but it's still, it's still a little, unsettling. But it's all good.
Good morning, beautiful mods in the space. Thank you for holding the room on a Monday. God bless.
Good morning, Scotty.
Scotty, I'm getting tired of you only calling the mods beautiful, okay? When you come on this stage.
Good morning, beautiful Bonnie.
I'm sorry. It's hard to scam the entire.
Disrespectful for you to do that.
You know what? You're right.
You know?
You know what? You're right.
Yeah.
Good morning to the beautiful female participants on this stage at the current moment.
Wow.
Waxman. Gee,
No,
Waxman.
Okay,
Why do you say that? What do you mean? You're an internet loser. Theorists who spend all his time online talking to low IQ dumb people, wasting their time doing nothing. You haven't heard about Gene Hackman got whacked by the Star Killer conspiracy theory? You haven't heard that? Oh, the Star Killer, yeah. That's a good one. The Star Whackers. That's, yes. It's like in Watchmen. Thank you to Randy Quaid for breaking the news on that. Right. Randy Quaid. Did he get whacked too? He got whacked, didn't he? No, he's still alive. But he's like cuckoo. Right. They wrote him off as cuckoo. Now, I did like his brother coming to the Oscars with a new model sports car. I don't know if you saw him with a young blonde, like she was 25 or something. I didn't see that. I didn't see that. I wonder how Meg Ryan feels. She was the last presenter of the night. Ex-wife. I don't know if any of you were married.
So wait, what is this energy capture technology room about? Is it about how not to waste your time talking about nothing, being stupid on an app all day long, like a bunch of N-words who ain't got no fucking job sitting there on disability?
Churches are energy capture weapons, specifically Catholic and Orthodox churches. Although the Catholics do it better because they're a little taller and less wide, or less broad, because the broadness disperses the energy. Yeah, but Diego, all religion is just basically a bastardization of the ultimate message, which is that you're a moron, your brain is a slime, puddle of slime, and you know nothing.
You know that Lenin in Moscow, he just antenna, he just retranslates the message from Earth to the space, the Lenin mausoleum. And the sarcophagus he's laying in is just increasing, which just makes the signal stronger.
Sarcophagus is the best pronunciation of sarcophagus that I have ever heard. Yeah. Hanging out with you guys, really, you guys are a bunch of sarcophagus. So my understanding was that the Bolshevik Revolution, created by Jews, run by Jews, and executed by Jews, was eventually kicked out of the Russian Empire. And so what they did was they
put Lenin in that sarcophagus, and rather than bury him, which is what Jewish law requires, in order to basically not allow him to go to the afterlife or whatever.
Yeah, it is signal to the Jews, you know. So
According to the hang on.
You know, you can go see Lenin, right? His body
According
is
to the
in a class,
1922
right?
According to the 1922 Bolshevik Party census, there were 19,564 Jewish Bolsheviks, comprising 5.21% of the total number of Bolsheviks. And in the 1920s, of the 417 members of the Central Executive Committee, 6% were ethnic Jews. Between 1936 and 1940, after the Great Purge of the Jews, Stalin had largely eliminated Jews from senior party, government, diplomatic, security, and military positions. Some scholars and morons on Clown House, like Diego, have grossly exaggerated Jewish presence in the Soviet Communist Party. For example, Diego just said that Bolsheviks were created by the Jews and run by Jews. And this guy, Alfred Jensen, whoever the fuck he is, said in the 1920s, 75% of the leading Bolsheviks were of Jewish origin. That's not even as stupid as what Diego just said, which is that 100% of the Bolsheviks were Jews. According to David Aaronovich, probably a Jew, a cursory examination of membership of the top committees shows this figure to be an absurd exaggeration. So Alfred Jensen said it was mostly Jewish, but David Aaronovich Stein said it's an absurd exaggeration.
The belief from David Aaronovich Stein.
Jewish, Jewish all the way. Do you know who invented and managed the gulags? Do you know his name? The guy's name?
Was it Eitan Goldberg?
No, in Russia, Jews use a little bit different second names, but you can immediately say. But you can immediately say who is Jewish. His name was Genrich Yagoda.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, Yahuda.
Yeah.
Genrich the Jew.
The problem.
That's like Diego's last name. It's like Diego Mexicana.
No. His name was Genrich Yagoda. Even though the joke was funny, but his real name is Genrich Yagoda. Look him up. He even had this fucking Hitler mustache.
Alright, I'm gonna look it up. Genrich Yagoda.
Yes, of course you do.
Alright, Genrich.
And you know, take a look at his mustache. You know, you can clearly see who got inspired by his mustache, and his idea was very close to some Austrian guy.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say, right, Zach, because you guys change your names all the time. Like, you know, Ruda isn't like, I mean, we didn't do that. I mean,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Zach said, whatever wits have proved that it was not all the Jews, you know? Yeah. Some Jews proved that it was not Jews that run the Bolsheviks. You can make up this shit, you know?
Zach, do you know what your surname means? Is it supposed to be an Americanized version of the word red in Russian, or what is it?
I looked it up once and it said it was Qatari. According to a user from the United Arab Emirates, the name Ruda is of Arabic origin and it means, hang on, two submissions from Qatar agree the name Ruda means paradise and is of Arabic origin. According to a user from Qatar, the name Ruda is of Arabic origin and means the small green land filled with water and life. Beautiful green Ruda. Amazing. So actually, the name Zachary means the Lord remembered. So, or God remembered. God himself remembered. So Zachary Ruda, translated, it means the Lord remembered a small green land filled with water and life. Isn't that amazing?
I'm sure that's what
That's amazing. A submission from the UAE. Promised land. That's me. The Lord remembered the promised land.
So we should say, all the Jews up in your ass. Like, this is the place where Jews
Yes, all the Jews should occupy my asshole. That's what they can do.
What you gonna do with the other for space, like.
What you gonna do when they come for you?
You're gonna have plenty of free space over there after that.
Yeah, well, I do have a gaping asshole.
Welcome back, everybody, to another exciting episode of Low IQ Dumb People Talking About Nothing, wasting their time.
No, it's a show about. I went to work all day. I'm headed to the gym. Later on, I'm gonna do some other good, positive energy things, and I'm gonna do kung fu, jiu-jitsu, whatever it's called, and I'm gonna be good. We're gonna be good. This is a joint break. This is a wasting time joint break. But yes,
It's a show about nothing.
It is.
It's a show about nothing.
I've often believed that what I've been doing is actually like creating the new Seinfeld. It's just a show about nothing. It's, that's what it is.
What I like about your show is that it gets an average of one viewer a day.
No, he has a fan base on YouTube who talk often endlessly about his bald head, whether it's good or bad, whether it's shiny or matte, and whether it's the appropriate shape for a bald man's head to be or not.
You see, I actually have so many YouTubes that like you can't like not see me, and people come back and they're like, "Oh fuck, you again?" Because they're going through the lives, and there's not too many lives, so some people keep coming across, but. Some of my YouTube accounts do get actual live stream viewers. Other ones are ghosted at this point, but some of them, get a couple hundred views every time I go live, which is kind of cool. The average length is only about 15 seconds. No, I'm not watching my own shit. Either way, you guys are all in all my videos. It's not just me. You're in a lot of my videos, Dr. Rabbi.
John's fans love Randy. Well, some of them love, some of them hate, but they all know Randy. And when Randy comes on stage, some people boo, some people hiss, some people cheer, but everybody knows the famous Randy. Randy the Jew hater.
I am an anti-Semite. I'm a confirmed anti-Semite.
Yeah, that's way to get them off your ass, man. Randy, you're not a Jew hater. I've never felt any Jew hating on you. But they call me anti-Semitic.
I think, Randy, didn't you say that you would make me your slave?
No, you will be my nigga. Yeah,
let's see. There you go. I'm gonna be his nigga.
Man, who the fuck is this chaos faggot? He's of Russian descent. And nobody gives two damn shits. Slava Ukrainian.
That guy is cool. Is that a mushroom?
You guys are wearing?
Is that a mushroom in your photo?
Oh, fucking Israel.
Fuck Israel? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Listen, if it wasn't for the CIA protecting Zelensky, you know damn well right that some Ukrainian extremist would have fucking executed that piece of shit a long time ago. Ungrateful.
I was trying to connect with the guy talking about the wild mushroom in his photo. I bet not too many people recognize that even is a mushroom. I'd like to know what kind of mushroom it is.
It's not a magic mushroom.
He's just a stupid faggot. Do you speak English?
It's a better microphone, nigga.
Speak English?
Oh, yeah, a little.
Is that a mushroom? Mushroom. Oh, here, we got a Russian man here. Hey, can you translate mushroom? Champignon.
He asks you if it's a mushroom or not. Like, which way you can understand?
Is this nigga Ukrainian? This nigger's back in the audience so that we can't feel the same. That's why we don't need those Zelensky motherfuckers in here.
I bet that is an edible mushroom, by the way, in his profile.
Why did you move into the audience?
So that he can take his time and learn some English. Shit. This motherfucker thinks he thinks he's on Vladivostok radio. Randy, do you forgive your enemies? Yes, but I don't forget. Anyways, as I was saying, the best way to get them off your ass is to start the discussion by saying, I am anti-Semitic. So stop anti-Semitic. I'm telling you, I am.
I am Islamophobic.
Yeah, but the Muslims don't do that as much as the Jews.
The Muslims just kill you.
I mean, they're not
Come to your house and kill you.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
When I go into Amir's room, you guys are different from Amir. You guys are, this is like the racist den of, you guys are Jew haters in your own way. Can somebody mute this?
No way.
Mute the N-word.
Yeah, I'm not a Muslim, dude.
Alright, we can just talk over. Anyway, my point is, when I go into Amir's rooms, people are actually yeah, mute him, kick him. Anyway, somebody in Amir's room the other day kind of said in a threatening way, "Oh, Zach, it's very brave of you to put your personal information, to put your real name on Clubhouse." And I said my tired line, which is, when we sign up for Clubhouse, we use our real names. That's what it says when you sign up for Clubhouse. But I think that there actually is, a little joke like, "Hey, Zach, somebody could kill you." And I know that is true. I also think it's like really ridiculous and bad. It makes me sad that is a part of the world today. And
Anyway. I want to kill you, nigga. Especially you.
Well, we were joking. You were saying if you say you're anti-Semitic, it gets the Jews off your ass. Then you said, the Muslims don't really hound you for being Islamophobic. They just kill you.
No, they do that.
But I do, Randy. I have a fear sometimes that if I make a
There's a big difference. There's a big difference. The Muslim is not going to call you Islamophobic for disagreeing with them.
Correct. They're just going to look me up and come to my house and kill me with a gun. They're going to kill me that day.
Some of them will kill you for certain things, but they're not going to call you Islamophobic for disagreeing with them.
My point is, it's a deterrent.
Anti-Semitism like candy.
My point is, it's a great reason to not want to go viral. Like, I used to think, it would be cool to go viral.
It doesn't matter if it's a Jewish nigger or if it's a Muslim nigger. It doesn't matter.
What do you mean? What does that even mean?
What that means is it doesn't matter. I will begin the discussion by saying I'm Islamophobic. So now don't call me Islamophobic. We already established that. Let's move on and address the content of my speech. It just so happens that I don't have to do that with Muslims. I only have to do that with Jews.
I hear you. I'm saying something slightly different, which is that I am afraid that if I go too viral online, somebody will come to my house and kill me, and that's a great excuse for why I haven't gone viral yet, and why I'm not putting any more energy into going viral, because I don't even want to go viral. Because if I went too viral, then I would be killed.
Fuck your ass.
Sometimes going viral is the only way to get out of the problem.
Nobody's gonna kill you, motherfucker.
People send me messages and say they want to kill me.
Yeah, because they know that you're a sissy boy, and they're more likely to be afraid.
Belt in jiu-jitsu.
It doesn't matter. I have a black belt in Taekwondo. What does that mean?
Taekwondo, I thought, was kind of gay. When they make memes about different martial arts, they have wrestling and Muay Thai and jiu-jitsu, but then Taekwondo is like the gay one that they make.
No, I don't have a black belt. I do have a green belt, though. Either way, you get the point.
A green belt, that's like, a green belt is like what an 8th grader gets after 3 months of working in the dojo.
They call it BJJ.
I did it when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Regardless, I hope you now understand the tactic behind calling yourself.
Zach, regardless, you're in a room of low IQ dumb people talking about nothing. Never forget.
Right, wasting time.
Oh, it is a total waste of damn time.
Yeah, even Rabbi's actually a little smarter than your average, camel jockey in the Jordanian desert looking for a fucking well.
We don't try to look for wells because there's not water out of your belt.
I like how you manifest your destiny, John. You go into rooms and tell people that you're in a room full of low IQ people wasting time. And you just say that over and over again, and you just keep going into rooms and saying
who is aware of his folly becomes wise.
It would be easy. Yeah, it would be easy to say I'm the guy pulling the roof down on top of everybody, but actually, I just came in very quickly to tell everyone that your house is on fire, and I gotta go. I gotta go to lunch. So take care, everybody, and God bless with whatever it is that you guys actually do.
This nigga ain't shit. He ain't shit.
Fuck, it's fucking 9:30 in the morning.
I'm just telling you, this nigga ain't shit.
I may not be shit, but I promise you that people who say an N-word ain't shit, that N-word ain't shit too. That's just a projection, N-word.
Yeah, I said what I said, as far as I'm concerned.
Say the full word, John. Go ahead. You're in a safe place.
N-word?
Yeah.
Nostradamus!
The N-word is, as this is a question that John and I frequently discuss. Can you trigger an N-word by saying the N-word?
Yes, you can.
If you call somebody an N-word, if you say, you fucking N-word, you're an N-word. Do you guys have...
Sorry.
Sorry, what
I just want to say I'm sorry.
irrational and retarded.
What a waste of damn time. You guys are a total waste of damn time.
I came in because Diego opened the room.
Dr. Rabbi, maybe you should go open up a Greek Orthodox biblical study room so you can get into the technical grammar of all your positions, which are so accurate and right. I mean, you know the truth of the Torah. You spend so much time reading the Torah. You're such a well-educated man.
That's true, Randy. They never get it.
Okay, so tell us something profound from the Torah that you've memorized. Go ahead, we'll wait.
I don't memorize anything.
Come on, Randy. Show off your skills.
But it might require reading on your behalf, and you niggas don't read.
Yeah, there we go. This is a total waste of time. I want to welcome everybody to my new X room. It's called Low IQ Clown People Talking About Nothing, Wasting Time. I'm going to go to breakfast in the gym. These fucking losers will be here for a couple hours. Enjoy your morning, and God bless.
Randy, tell me a passage in the Torah that defines who is and who's not a Jew.
Exodus chapter 31, verse 14.
Damn. Exodus 31, verse 13.
14, verse 14.
You must observe my Sabbaths, for it is a sign between me and you throughout our generations, so that you will know that I am the Lord who consecrates you. Zach?
No, but it's the one after.
I would technically disqualify you, Zach.
Okay, it's 14.
Oh, 14. Okay, let me read 14.
Wait, disqualify me for what?
Watch. This is the big part. You shall keep the Sabbath because it is holy for you. Everyone who profanes it shall be put to death. Whoever does any work on it, that soul shall be cut off from among his people.
I'd like to respond. Two things. First of all,
not a Jew.
I'd like to share with you.
Those bars were fucking elite.
I'd like to share with you a song that I learned from Chabad.
Doesn't matter what you say.
All right, I'll stay on mute.
I'm just saying, you know.
Guys, just listen to that. Just listen to that. No, he just stopped talking. When I turned on the mic, he just stopped talking.
Didn't you know that music is not okay in Ramadan?
You sound like Vladimir Zelensky, always saying, send us more money, otherwise your soldiers will have to fight Russian soldiers. Send us more money!
Once I will get to the car, I will show you ideal impersonation of him. I'm outside, so I can't do that. Just
Ramadan, it's not okay to have music in Ramadan. I'm just saying.
yeah, it was not music, you know. It was coming from the mosque. It was azan.
Are you Thunder?
No.
You're not from Chechnya?
No.
Where are you from?
Russia. That's
Yeah, but you are Muslim, right?
I wouldn't say so, but I have big respect to them.
That's amazing.
About fins. Yeah, we had shit that can't even be detected. Helicopters.
I love the
Not just the helicopters. So can you imagine like all the other stuff?
Allahu Akbar.
Hey, I like the name change, Keegan. I think that's a nice addition there.
I'm just a 27-year-old white guy married. I have no problems in my life. I just am happen to be on Clubhouse every day talking shit about the J words and everything else under the sun. My life is great. I'll never end up in a psych ward. I'm a good person. People like me.
Nice meltdown you have there, buddy.
Hey, what a beautiful white Monday. And Zach, I appreciate that. Some people think, what would Jesus do? WWJD. It also could stand for what would.
Motherfucker, the first thing Jesus would do is rebuke all the Protestants. That's the first thing he would do.
Why would Jesus rebuke the Protestants?
Yeah,
Because they're like the Black Hebrew Israelites. They're retarded.
They also could read. Also, I believe would rebuke the Orthodox.
But it doesn't matter what you believe since you're a Protestant.
It doesn't matter what you believe.
Of course it does.
You're just a faggot.
You're right again.
Is there any black Jews? Like, I heard that there are some Ethiopian Jews.
Don't sidetrack the conversation. We just got to the F word and the N word. Let's stay right there.
Okay.
Vegan is my daily reminder of why cuckoldry is so rampant among the American conservative groups.
Randy,
Oh.
the only one getting cucked is you.
No, the conservative groups. The conservative groups. We gotta increase the war so I can make more money trading in the stock market.
You got cucked by the Canadian.
Motherfucker, I would tell you to the gypsies in the Mississippi slave market. Fucking faggot.
That big butthole for the
Fucking white
police
nigger.
rabbi.
Republican conservatives, they gotta make more money.
You were a cuck for the Canadian police.
The Protestants are the N-words of the American Christians.
Give me more money. Give me for my war. Give me money.
I'm telling you. They're literally worse than the Muslims.
I'm willing to bet that Rabbi Randy McDickerson rage quits the room in less than 5 minutes.
Well, whenever Diogenes shows up, he definitely will.
No, honestly, no. It all depends on how retarded the discussion is, you know. I don't rage quit because
It's gonna get super retarded because it's about you.
No. As long as Jesse is away, as long as
Do not say her name.
Diogenes?
Yeah, I can't handle Diogenes.
Yeah, why do you leave when Diogenes comes in the room, Randy?
Because if I don't like you, I block you, I don't want to sit with you.
Diogenes is annoying and cruel, disrespectful, mean-hearted, and so he's annoying, he's mean, and stupid, right? He's stupid, annoying, and mean. If he were nice and not annoying, but stupid, like Hampton. Well, Hampton is kind of annoying and stupid, but Hampton is nice. Let's go.
Is he annoying?
Hampton is annoying and stupid, but he's nice.
Diogenes is annoying. That's why.
Diogenes is annoying, stupid, and mean.
Here's his profile. Everybody block him.
So you see, if you are annoying and you call Diogenes annoying, what does that make you?
No,
I think
I could
I
only
can be annoying.
Diogenes for like 3 minutes when I used to like him. So if he comes in, I'm out.
Should we all block him then, Randy?
Do you?
Why would you waste your time blocking somebody on an app that you shouldn't even be spending any time on, you fucking loser?
What's it say? I'm so confused by it.
Why'd you block somebody on an app that you shouldn't be spending your fucking time on, you loser?
When I spend time on the app, I don't want to be spending it with people that I don't enjoy being around. I think the problem.
Makes sense. Could someone give me Abby's, all her usernames? I'll block her right now.
Can I ask, is it possible, let me ask a serious question. Is there any hope for using this app for serious productive purposes?
Yeah, they use it for
us.
Yeah, you can make money out of it, you know?
We used to have religious rooms.
I make $1,000 a day using Clubhouse.
Yo, can we kick this Ukrainian out?
Shut the fuck up, you American. Your job is just to shut the fuck up and give us money.
That's right, hey, fucking Americans.
That's amazing.
Share their wife.
Have you said thank you once?
OnlyFans. Fucking
Yeah, say thank you.
Diego, I heard you the other day. You were like, "What if somebody dropped a fucking bomb on us on your head right now?"
Yeah. I mean, you don't have the cards. That's all I'm saying.
That was an awesome dressing down. I love that. People are still fucking shaking in their boots, watching that that White House Oval Office roast.
Trump almost beat Zelensky. He almost hit him.
I one time I was working at Smith Barney City Group as an intern, and they wanted me to organize a career recruiting event. So I put an ad up on Craigslist that said "Work at Citigroup and make sick cash." And so somebody from corporate HR saw my Craigslist post. The manager of the office calls me into the office. He almost punched me in the face, and then he fired me.
Exactly. And when I say that, I mean you are worthy of being burnt in fire. And maybe that's
what a Holocaust is.
Maybe that's what cleanses your soul.
Do you have them? Cards? A little bit for me?
With us, you Say the whiz. You guys do know this nigga, why do we keep hearing ourselves?
Because he cannot make more money unless he live stream it to his Russian social media network.
What the fuck of conspiracy is that?
Americans, you exist only to send us more of your fucking tax dollars so we can fight the Russians for you and win a war.
This nigga can't block himself. Shit.
Does it echoes now? Can you
Send us more money. Our air support systems are not standardized.
Would you want to take?
I made a new house. Can you?
Why the fuck you wanna be? Why the fuck you want me to kiss?
I come here every morning to record you because without your content I can't make my money.
You give me gas, dude. This wisdom guy gives me gas.
No, that is the bureka that you ate this morning.
Motherfucker, you've been clapping pancake flat ass.
It's actually not me, Dr. Rabbi. It's actually the bank. It's the bank that sent the police to your house that were pounding on the door. It's not the immigration officials. It's definitely the bank.
Well, the bank is going to send me to your house so that I can clap your mama's ass. And that's how you pay your mortgage.
I had a nightmare last night that I got up, I went to the gym, and when I came out of my house, there were like 30 Clubhouse people with baseball bats, and they were like, "Motherfucking Edmund Dakin, you dead, motherfucker!" And it was like all these Clubhouse people that came to get their revenge on me, and they brutally murdered me.
I would give a fortune just to see the grown-ass man sitting there shouting at his phone, imitating Russian accent. Just cinema.
I would definitely take you on for Dunkin' Donuts. Wisdom.
Can I get an iced coffee, please?
You can get whatever you want.
Okay, cool. Cool. Well, when you go back to Jordan after you get deported, maybe I'll fly into Amman sometime and we can go to Reem Shawarma for a delicious lunch.
If you ever go to Jordan, I will make sure to take you to Reem Shawarma. 100%. And I would pay for it also. Fucking nigga. And I would tell them to spit in your shawarma. Maybe wipe the ass with the meat before they put it in the shawarma.
When I was there, my friend's dad, who was like a former bodybuilder, there was a line literally a block down the street. He walked to the front of the fucking line like he owned the place, placed his order.
A Jewish bodybuilder.
No, he's Jordanian.
Say it, nigga. كتير مات قليل صيد.
كتير مات قليل أسد.
No, كتير مات قليل صيد.
كتير مات قليل أسد.
كتير مات قليل صيد.
كتير مات قليل صيد.
كتير مات قليل صيد.
Like too much jumping, little hunting.
كتير مات قليل صيد.
That's right. This is when basically someone like Mr. Edward. It's like a big nothing burger.
شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا.
Today is the best day of my life.
It is the best day.
Why did you get off of prep? What's going on, right?
It's Mr. Edward. It's just he always says that every day is the best day of his life, basically. It's just a very fast air.
Let me teach you something. There's a small part.
Imagine like being on a social audio app and hunting. Imagine being on a social audio chat app and hunting a catfish and telling her that you love her and that like we're gonna get married and start a new baby, like have a baby.
Is that what he said about Nora?
You're interrupting.
Brother, a bunch of Jews interrupting me. I cannot continue.
I was trying to mimic you.
Why are you interrupting this guy when he does the call for prayer?
Zach, he's talking about Diogenes.
أعوذ من الله الشيطان الرجيم. Continue it.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت.
Welcome back to another exciting episode of Low IQ Dumb People talking about nothing, completely wasting time. Starring some fucking Russian piece of shit, some Jordanian piece of shit, and a couple neo-Nazi pieces of shit. If you haven't wasted your time yet in your life, now is the time. Now. Waste time now.
You forgot Jewish pieces of shit. What the fuck you have to say?
He just gave us Al-Fatiha. How many verses are in Al-Fatiha?
Hey, F word, N words. It's Pulaski Day here in Chicago. It's Pulaski Day. I don't know if you know who General, Pulaski was. He was a Polak general who helped win America's freedom. I gotta go out and get my delicious gourmet donuts, my patchkis. So you guys keep talking about nothing, wasting your time. I'll be back.
See you later, alligator. Do you speak like this in the United States?
Why won't you send me more money so we can make our air defense systems comparable to those of yours in the West? If you don't send me $250 billion, your children, your sons, your daughters will have to go to the Baltic states to fight the Russians there.
You know, fuck Ukraine. Why the fuck you think I'm pro-Ukraine? Why the fuck you think that?
Because in America we can't tell difference between Ukraine and the Russians. You're like same fucking assholes.
Fair. That's fair. It's same thing, same shit. Ukraine and Russia is like Ukraine is.
No, because you can tell when a Ukrainian speaks Russian. It sounds like shit.
Yeah, you know they sound like agricultural. You know they're fucking rednecks.
Yeah, they sound like rednecks. That's how it sounds.
Here in Russia, everybody speaks perfect English, almost native. You know.
You know, Nora and
very smart.
have a redneck accent.
I heard Nora's coming back on Clown House tonight at the same time that Trump's going to give his address to the nation in the State of the Union.
The best thing I heard is how he came to the bus and refused to give her a bailout, motherfucker.
I heard that in the Russian republics outside of Ukraine, everybody speaks with the same accent. Like it's very uniform.
Diego, you did the most alpha male thing out there.
No. Even in Russia, they have different accents. Like how you can say that? Like they speak same.
Hold on, what were you saying, Randy?
I said you did the most alpha male move out there. survive, and then you get yourself another check.
I didn't throw her under the bus.
You threw her under the bus, nigga. You could have bailed her out.
Bail her out.
He's a self-taught economist and a praxeologist. He's not a fucking lawyer. He doesn't know the first thing about the writ of habeas corpus.
With my Jewish
Guys,
attorney skills.
listen to me. If you want make a meetup with a bunch of Ukrainian and Russians and just hear what the fuck they say.
We don't care about Ukraine or Russia. That's
Okay, got it.
This is America. We only care about the transgender rights and the gay pride parades. We don't give two damn shits about the Ukrainians, nigga.
Randy, we're just waiting for McZed to do what you got paid to do.
That McZed doesn't do jack shit. McZed just talks a lot.
I know. That's what I'm learning now.
He's busy getting cucked on TV. But I love McZed.
You actually paid McZed to file a fucking writ of habeas corpus for her?
As a matter of fact, he already submitted it.
For Nora?
It's in the works.
I don't understand why you guys think that the Jews will help Nora.
You literally are the person who was saying if you want to go to an attorney, you have to get a Jewish attorney. That was you.
I never even said that.
You did.
Did he really file? Did he really submit for her? So she's got an upcoming trial coming up?
There's no trial coming up.
No, it's a writ of habeas corpus. You're an idiot. I've been where she's at. I've been in the psych ward twice. You have to file a writ of habeas corpus to get out, and you go before a judge. A judge essentially cross-examines you, and if the judge doesn't like you, your ass is staying in the psych ward.
So, like, if you say, if you call the psych ward a Holocaust or something like that.
Yeah, the judge may say, "Listen, you crazy fucking stupid bitch. We're remanding you to custody in the psych ward. We believe that you're a threat to yourself and to others, and you need more medical help." And that bitch is gonna stay in there. You know how great she's gonna feel when she gets out and she comes back on Clown House? She's gonna be like, "You fucking losers are still using this app? I have essentially purged myself from this shit by sitting in a psych ward for 2 months. It's been the greatest experience of my life."
Well, the funny part is because she's in New York and she has to go through a judge, but the judges are Yiddish guys. So, like, what are the odds that a Yiddish guy...
The judge is a Jew, the psychiatrist is a Jew, the cards are stacked against her. She thinks she's in a concentration camp, and Diego's like, you know what? She doesn't need therapy or medicine. She needs love. She needs my love.
Doesn't she get to move to Kentucky because that's where she's from? Can't they move her to a psych ward in Kentucky?
What do you think this is, like a maximum federal prison security system, and she's like fucking Hannibal Lecter and they gotta move her around to a new facility or some shit? You fucking loser moron.
But she's from Kentucky. I think her state...
Yeah, she got arrested in New York, so that means she's under the care of New York doctors, judges, lawyers. Like, you think that this shit is reciprocal? What the fuck, you idiot? You face justice where you committed the crime.
Can you mute this nigger so that we can talk?
Why are you? Don't rage quit, because in a second.
Hold on, Rand. I do want to hear, like, is it a scary place, these psych wards?
Scary? Fucking scary. Have you ever slept next to somebody with schizophrenia?
As a matter of fact,
I just think that it's a little bit unfair. That she's in New York where they're all...
Are you saying that your wife has schizophrenia?
Come on.
I won't go down. Calm down. Say your piece.
No, I'm just saying I think it's a little bit unfair that she's in New York where they're all Yiddish guides and she is there because of something she's done to Yiddish guides. So it is a little bit unfair. I don't see why she wouldn't be moved to Kentucky where she's from. Being in New York and she has to go through Jewish psychiatrists and she has to go through Jewish judges when she is accused of doing anti-Semitic stuff.
Is there crime occurring in New York, motherfucker?
I agree. It's a conflict of interest, I think is the word you're looking for.
There's a huge conflict of interest, obviously. So, like, I don't know why she doesn't have a case to be moved to Kentucky, where then she
crime
is...
occurring in New York, motherfucker?
I'm not saying they're not treating her fairly. I'm just saying, like, there's a big chance, like, they're not treating...
I think, Randy, to answer your question, I think that Kentucky has to accept the transfer. Like, it's...
Why wasn't that? She's a Kentucky resident. Why would they accept it?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I think there's some kind of like interstate thing.
Yeah, so I think that's the first step is to get her to go back to Kentucky, and from there she gets to do her shit. But like, if she has to go through a Jewish judge, I mean, how do you think that's gonna work out? Like, you tell me. I mean, if these guys think everyone's anti-Semitic and anti-Semitism, that's the worst thing you can do. It's worse than raping people. You know.
It's like a blasphemy is what it's how it's treated.
Of course, because there's no blasphemy laws, right? So, I'm just saying, like, if you talk to the average Yiddish guy, they don't know basic Torah, but they think that anti-Semitism is the worst thing anyone can ever do. It's the worst crime on earth is to not like Jews. So, although they themselves don't like one another. So I'm just saying, then a judge with that mentality, how is he going to judge her if she has to go through him to get out of the psych ward?
Rabbi, I have moral dilemma. Can you solve that?
I can solve it. I can solve everything that is.
So let me tell you, it didn't happen. They deserved it, or this time it will be real. So which one I choose?
What the fuck are you saying, stupid?
They deserve that.
They deserve it. Okay.
That's not even a dilemma. I mean, everything that happens for a reason, and you get exactly what you deserve in life, nigga.
I love how Prince's PTR down there. He's got like a necklace with, Palestinian flag over Israel, and I just wonder, like, Prince, do you get laid like with your pro-Pally position? Like, are you considered like, freedom fighter, a highly ethical, moral man, and women are attracted to you because of your virtue about wanting to liberate the land from the Jews? Like, do you actually get laid? That's what I want.
And have a normal discussion.
Oh, you can't take it, can you, Rabbi Randy?
No, it's just I'm not a nationalist, man. I don't care about it. It's much easier for you to get pussy if you're pro-Palestine than if you're pro-Israel. I'm just letting you know.
Really?
That's right.
Do you have any statistical data or experience to actually back up that theory?
Yeah, how about you try it? Experiment it. Go on a dating app and have a pro-Israel profile and have another account with a pro-Palestine profile and see the matches that you get.
Dude, you gotta do this. You've got to do this.
No, the problem is if you go on a dating app and you just say you're pro-Palestine, like, you have to go negative on everything. Like, I hate Donald Trump. We're living in,
Like, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. Like, if I would see someone who says pro-Israel or pro-Palestine, I would never. Like, I'm not here to do politics, right? I'm letting you know that you're gonna get more if you're pro-Palestine relative to pro-Israel.
There are a lot of Trump supporters who are pro. We mean like the guys that fight for the.
There are pro-Trump people who are pro-Palestine.
Yeah, but those are women. We're talking about men. Men in their profiles never put, I'm pro-Pally.
I'm gonna get them like, Bismillah, let's fuck, or how?
Like, there are rednecks for Palestine. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I think regardless of who you support.
See, a lot of the pro-Palestinian women, though, they're undateable.
Well,
they're not hot.
I understand that. Most people are not big fans of genocide, right?
You think this is a genocide?
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. But
and the problem with modern time, that you need to be really fucking careful to say that it is a criminal, like it's bad to kill babies,
Wait, what about Ukraine, though? Isn't that a genocide as well?
No.
Well, why isn't all war genocide? I don't understand. You're trying to kill the genetics of the enemy.
They're not trying to displace all the people and make sure that they cease to exist.
They've not shown anything.
Do you know that in the 7 months, Israel killed far more people than the Russian did during the 3 years? Did you know that?
Yeah, we also know that they used more bombs than World War II. Yeah.
All right, I got a second question for you. Do you know anybody that has died in Gaza from a vaccine?
I know some who died from shootings.
But not a vaccine? So you mean to tell me that the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine that they gave everybody for the polio, you don't think that is essentially a genocide? Because I would say that's the more effective genocide.
This nigga is a total waste of time.
Get can't take it. Fucking rage quit.
He's telling me, oh, they're dying from the vaccine. They're not dying from Israeli bombs.
It's just a deflection tactic.
Can't take it. Can't take it. Can't take it.
Most people aren't fans of genocide, and there's nothing wrong with genocide. But, like, that's what it is.
I have a question. Why do you sound like Borat speaking English? Like, why do you have this Jewish Sacha Baron Cohen accent? Like, what is that?
Because he's a Sabite.
I'm a rabbi.
A real rabbi, though.
Well, if I'm the realest rabbi, it's in my handle. Check my handle.
So, the whole country's in rubble, but now Netanyahu cuts off the supplies of food and water.
No, that's been the case a long time ago. That's not. Can you go to the UN definition of genocide? There's 5 definitions of genocide. Can you read them? Because Israel broke 4 out of the 5. And all you need to do is one of them.
Actually, you don't even have to break them. You just have to intend to break them.
It is about the intent, which is not easy, which is not difficult to prove in this case. But I'm just telling you, there's 5 lines. Breaking one of them is alone enough.
You're brilliant, Alice. Thanks for calling Consumers Iowa. Breakdown for winning network coverage and customer satisfaction. Hi, my friend Linda asked you guys if this way better coverage.
Gated community, old Stein City, you know. That's the South African
Oh my God, it's another never-ending episode of Chillers in the room that never ends where low IQ dumb people talk about nothing and waste all the fucking time! Oh my God, where is your amazing leader Nathan at? He must have had to go take his kid to school or do something with his life. But who could ever come to Chillism for 10 years and waste all the fucking time talking about nothing?
Yeah, but at least you agree on that part, though. At least.
No.
Which part do you now disagree with? Outside of advertising.
No, because even outside of advertising, there's still multiple industries. Like, there's a reason why, like, there's a push within advertising generally the past, like, 10 years. And the point that I'm trying to make is that, like, the economic language of South Africa is money. Right? Whatever, like, if you're doing a deal, if you're trying to get...
Here we go again. Low IQ dumb people talking about nothing, wasting fucking time.
South Africa, so whoever has the money, you learn the language they speak. It's the nature of the game.
So we shall learn Mandarin. He's just playing semantics now. Whoever.
Based on this 5th definition, Israel is committing genocide against Ukrainians. I don't know if you guys are aware of the Ukrainian human trafficking in Israel. You know the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
They're transferring children on the regular.
I'm pretty sure they might have done that. I mean, for example, my uncle, this is back in 1967, like, basically they took him and they were to raise him as their own. You know, that was a thing to get him back, you know, when he was a baby. But I don't think there's enough evidence to say they do it systematically. But they do 4 of the 5. Like, that's more than enough, I'm sorry. There is a genocide without doubt.
But you know, you can remember when Americans, the CIA, were doing stuff to Haitians. You know, they were getting them AIDS. They were like making experiment on the whole island. Like, why would Jews not do that? Like, the CIA were doing this kind of shit.
The English guys do whatever they want to do. That's basically what it is.
Well, not for long. That time is coming to an end.
Ooh.
That reign of terror is coming to an end. I don't know that they have court anymore to just do whatever they want to do?
I mean,
Or is it like death and taxes? Like they're always going to do what they want to do?
no, I think it is changing, but it's been that they are able to do whatever they want to do ever since they were created. So it's not going to be easy for them to like live in a world where they don't get to do whatever the damn they want to do, but it's going to happen.
Me too, I think so. Unfortunately, we are not living in a fucking movie, you know, when you get happy endings. Justice doesn't always wins.
Man, you're talking about an entire new generation that's very much not on board. So this is like the older people who are like, you know, but that's not. Like, give it 20 years, things will look very different on the ground. You're gonna see Republicans openly saying that they're not with, you know, they don't support blindly till the end. Like, unless you really get to sign up. So you need a new 9/11 situation. You need things like that, which is why, you know, the Israelis did 9/11. I mean, they needed it. So then you need to do another one like that, and so on and so forth. But the question is, do Americans really trust their government? Like, I don't think they do. Not as much as they used to. If you have another 9/11 right now, I don't think it's going to be easy for you to just accept your government fighting every war for the Israelis, you know? So
then the Israelis would have to calculate that it's not good to do another 9/11.
No, I think they need to do something like that.
Isn't that what COVID was?
No. You need something that makes you more pro-Israel and anti-everyone who's not well with Israel.
Okay, isn't that what October 7th was?
Yeah.
No, why would American give a fuck what happens in some Middle Eastern shithole? I mean, like, I'm not disrespecting anyone, yeah, but
because in America we have the religion of Israel, dude.
Yeah, but your people don't care. Your leaders care.
Yeah, it doesn't touch them.
9/11, your people cared. The Americans were like, they were joining the military like crazy. So if you do something like that, again, in the U.S., then Israel will get more support. So Israel has an interest in doing that, for sure. As long as Americans actually believe in it. You know, if you sign up.
Randy, they killed a Palestinian child just like a few months ago, and the guy just got convicted.
That doesn't matter. What you need is something that costs you thousands of lives. Something like 9/11. You need something big in the U.S.
You know what? I'm sorry, Rabbi, to interrupt you. Yeah, they killed some Palestinian kid in Palestine, but some of Russian generals. In Chicago. But yeah, let me tell you, some Russian general or like whoever I don't know, they said death of millions is a statistics, and death of one is a tragedy. So it makes you more tolerant to killings and murders when you see every day this killing, like bombings of Gaza and all this stuff. But yeah, I'm afraid there has to be some bigger stuff to involve the United States into Middle Eastern conflict.
That's why I'm saying, like, Randy, like, if they're committing genocide and the whole world knows it, how can they hold that against, for example, someone like Mura? Like, obviously, he's psychologically affected, which is one of the definitions of genocide. It doesn't have to be in Gaza. You know?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Okay. He's not saying anything. He's looking deluded and deranged.
So Palestinians, not just in Gaza, but the diaspora is being affected psychologically and being genocided.
Yeah, because they, for example, I'm Palestinian, but they always try to take that away from us. So like, oh no, you're Jordanian, you're not Palestinian. Well, no.
Or you've never lived there, which is what they say to me.
Things like that. Yeah. So if I achieve something, it won't. So then they say, hey, look, Palestinians don't achieve anything, but guess what? If I achieve something, it's gonna be, oh, he's Canadian, oh, he's Jordanian. So I'm gonna say, oh, he's Palestinian, but I am Palestinian, you see. So that's how they try to do it.
So that itself is part of the genocide, according to this thing.
Yeah, because we want it to be such that you never existed. And if you exist, you must exist under a different thing because you cannot exist as a Palestinian since that's not even a thing. So you must be something else. How come you exist? Like that's where they want to go. Right. Oh, that's why we hold very closely to it. Like if you go to Jordan, there's a lot of Palestinians there. They all say like we're Jordanians of Palestinian origin. So we always say, are you Jordanian or are you Jordanian Palestinian? Like that's a question that's.
Do you really get that kind of questions over there?
Why is it important for Yaakov to say that the West Bank
It's important to me. So I am born in Jordan, right? My children, God knows where they'll be born. Their children, God knows where they will be born, but they will be.
If you have to.
But they will be plus. I'll have children with your mother.
That's my statement.
But they'll be Palestinian. So and they will call themselves Palestinian.
Well, I mean, not if you mix with a white girl, right?
Yes, if I mix, I'm the man.
You're saying like Gigi Hadid is a Palestinian.
Last name is a Palestinian last name, so it doesn't matter as long as you have my last name, you're Palestinian.
And Red Boy, I don't know, maybe this question is a little bit controversial, but I don't know how the fuck you spell this word, but
Benjamin Omar.
They suspected you in connection with Hamas.
I don't have a connection with Hamas. I think Hamas are a bunch of niggers.
Yeah, but like, is this true? Because I heard that Jordanian government, they are fucking brutal to any kind of the radicals. So they killed a bunch of Palestinian refugees or citizens of Palestine in like Jordanian Gestapo.
No, we don't kill them, but yeah, if you're a terrorist, we don't fuck with that.
What happened? Why is John in the audience?
Because he's too annoying and we can't have him.
He was being annoying. He was being irascible. You're being irascible. You can't be too irascible because irascibility removes one from the will to connect with Chokmah, the ultimate knowledge.
But this guy's even more annoying than him.
Do you know, what did you say, Zach? What was it?
Chokmah.
In Russian language, we have exact same word. We call it Chokhmah. This means something funny.
What does it mean? What does it mean?
Something funny, like, you know.
No, it just means something funny.
Old ass fishy stinking anecdote, you call it Chokhmah.
Like I've got a funny story for you. I've got a Chokhmah story.
Yeah. You just say, у меня есть Chokhmah для вас.
Well, you know, when an inferior man hears of the Tanya, he laughs out loud. So for the Jews, Chokhmah is like I think it's like the merging of the self with the ultimate knowledge of everything. Hashem and yeah.
It's called Hekmah, not Chokhmah.
Oh, alright, fine. Hey, never shame somebody for mispronouncing a word because all it means is that they learned it by reading.
No, that's what the Yiddish guys do because they come from Germany.
Oh, well, I learned it from the Yiddish guys.
Yeah, exactly, so they don't know how to pronounce it.
Isn't it funny that maybe it's Yiddishkeit? Yiddishkeit.
And,
no, Yiddishkeit,
I read a story about
Judaism. Yiddishkeit means Judaism.
I know, but the Yiddishkeiks are basically what you're talking about.
Exactly. But I say Yiddishkeit, which means literally Judaism.
That's nice. That's very kind of you.
Yeah, it's Yiddishkeit, exactly. I love it.
Red Boy, Mr. Red Boy, Mr. Trump.
I am a Yiddishkeit.
Red Boy. I heard that the name Cohen, Jewish name Cohen, originally came from Arabic word kahin. Like, how true is this? Kahin or kahin?
That doesn't come from Arabic, but it's the same thing in Arabic because that's like Semitic. It's kahanut. Kahanut is a priest.
Yeah, kind of priest, right? Adept or something like this.
Yeah. Kohen means priest, yeah. So, Mr.
That is literally what I wanted. I was gonna cut you off to jokingly finish your sentence that way, hoping that you were gonna say exactly what you said.
With incest, like rabbis most likely a product.
Well, you can say that, but the truth is we have lower incest counts and we don't share our wives.
That's not true. If you actually look it up, you guys are like, just look up Jordan. I mean, I know that you're a Palestinian.
We don't do wife sharing.
Look it up where? On Jewish created Pornhub?
You're filled with it's filled with incest.
No, look it up on JewishCreatedGoogle.com.
There's no incest, but what we do is certain tribes marry one another. So people of this tribe get married to people of that tribe. For example, the tribe.
So it's incest on a tribal level, basically.
I'm just telling you, Alice and Haddadi, these are two different tribes that always marry each other, for example.
So they're cousins.
They're like nearby.
They're like cousin, as if it was like your cousin, basically.
No, don't get me wrong. Right? Every culture.
Cousin is too close.
And don't get me wrong. Every culture is filled with incest, but at least the Europeans realize that. Instead of
You guys don't even make babies, and it's difficult to do incest.
You know what? What the fuck did you just say? At least European realizes this. What the fuck is that?
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, incest was a common practice.
So what? They do realize, okay, so it makes it better or what? Like, okay, well, I'm fucking my sister. Like, then do you think even if Arabs do this, they don't realize it?
Micah, you don't have enough incest in Europe because you don't even make babies.
That's why they have the lowest IQs, other than Africans, right?
Do you understand that you don't even make
And then
babies?
it's Arabs.
But do you understand that you don't even make babies?
How many babies do you have, Rabbi?
Do you understand? You're not understand. Europeans don't have
How
babies.
many babies do you have, Rabbi?
Regardless of how many babies I have versus how much you have, on average, Europeans don't make babies.
John, let me up in your other.
They don't make babies at the same time. The babies you make are out of cuckoldry. So it's less likely that they're going to be.
You post the cuckoldry baby stats. I'm gonna post the incest baby stats.
That's fine, but you're still not understanding what I'm telling you. Is you can marry your sister and fuck your sister, which is incest, but your child is not a child of incest because you're a cuck. That's kind of
Your sister's son is actually Tyrone's.
correct.
Yeah, no, I understand the idea that he's presenting. I'm saying I actually want to see that actually based.
Oh, check, well, Google it. Droit du Seigneur. Google it. It's called Droit du Seigneur.
Randy's obsessed with this concept that.
Google it. Droit du Seigneur, the right of the Lord.
Let's find out.
Oh, you call it français, I think.
No, that's actually what they did so when you get married to your sister, the lord of the county will bless your marriage by fucking your wife. Europeans have a history of cuckoldry. It's not something that comes out of nowhere that they're the most cucked. It's something they had in their history. In their
You mean like prima nocta?
Huh?
Like prima nocta?
I'm not sure what prima nocta is. That's called
It means the king or the lord gets the first dibs at de-virginizing your wife when you get married.
Correct. Yeah, that's the right of the Lord. Yes.
I mean, it's a little bit, respectable when this honorable man as a devil comes and fucks your wife, like.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, Randy.
Your baby is the baby of the Lord.
Russians aren't really European.
Okay, so
Europeans have tried to invade Russia over 10 times and failed.
Motherfucker, do you get the point I'm telling you? As long as your wife is not the sister of the Lord, then obviously there's not going to be incest. You have a lot of situations where it's one man making all the babies in Europe.
Keegan, are you recording in this room or what the fuck?
No, is there a background right now?
Yeah, that's what happened.
Real quick. Sorry, I was reading
Motherfucker, how about you read about Alabama and about Louisiana?
Did your IPAC agent told you to record this room or what?
And read about Tennessee.
So that's really funny that we bring about, again, those rates are it's not comparable, right? It's not
comparable.
It's not comparable to the Middle East. multiracial or multi-ethnic, meaning that both parents identified as another race than the one that they are consuming or consummating with each other is around 10 to 14%. Okay.
Okay, so
Zach, I don't know if you're in another room, but it's kind of funny. It's like I'm trying to find another room to like live stream because that room's gotten so stupid. But then I'm asking myself, why am I looking for another room as if I think something's going to be better than that room?
Yeah, there's not much. Well, this is why I'm gonna have coffee with my dad soon. Then I'm gonna go to the gym and then do jiu-jitsu. But I told you about the Center for Offline Communication. So I did create a new house called the Center for Offline Communication. And I do think it's interesting that Clubhouse is kind of borderline offline.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that it might have, there might be potential to do, I don't know. I miss the original Clubhouse. When I first got on Clubhouse, there were a lot of rooms where the discussion was focused on the title. The title was provocative, and it was basically like a free debate. And sometimes, John, a lot of times I hear you trolling Clubhouse and saying like, oh, it's a waste of time, which is true. But sometimes when you're ready to engage in a debate, then I hear you say, all right, let's have like a time limit, please, and let's let people take turns and make sure that everybody is heard, which is like, duh, obviously it's a good way to run a debate. And anyway, so I'd like you to join the house, the Center for Offline Communication. Danny, please join the house, Center for Offline Communication.
I'm
All right,
proud
thank
of
you.
But I just say I'm proud that you have more members in your house than you do friends on here, and that's an achievement.
How is that even possible? How could that
Because it's like, wait a minute, shouldn't you have technically, how many friends do you have on here? Shouldn't you have technically have
69 members.
Because there's like two ways to start a house. Like one is when you create a house, like you can create a house tied to your profile, and then there's like houses that aren't tied to your profile. But anyways, doesn't matter. I'll join it. But can you pin it?
I can pin it.
It's pointless though. Like a house is no different than a room. Excuse me? Irascible. Fucking irascibility.
Share a link to the wait list. What does that mean? Why is there a wait list?
Because in the settings, you have to click open to all. So say who can join, and then change it from approve only or approval to anyone can join. Click the three dots.
Who can join? To all. Allow anyone to join this house?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. But, I don't think that everybody should be able to make a room. Admins and leaders, only admins and leaders can start a room.
Zach, it really doesn't fucking matter, man. It does not fucking matter.
Well,
no one's gonna like click and create a room in your house.
No one's gonna troll my idiot room. Exactly. Good.
They might though, like in nice vibe people. It is so funny.
Okay. How do I make?
Okay. So there's the house nice vibe people is so funny with Grenda, and people get mad at like and Isaac and also Sobruenku have both made like their own rooms saying something about like the makers of the house, like because they'll get kicked out of one room and then make a new room like mocking the other.
Alright, I made you now an admin of the house. That's the only other admin that I have right now.
Well, you don't have you should get a burner account. You should get a burner account. Get that $50 phone that I keep telling you about, and then.
Well, I'm kind of considering, developing this idea of the Center for Offline Communication and.
Zach, at the end of the day, as they like to say, what you're trying to do is essentially create therapy for people.
I'm trying to create a hypnosis therapy, basically.
Yeah.
Clubhouse hypnosis therapy, and use Clubhouse as a venue for hypnosis therapy that could even theoretically be paid, where I would be compensated for providing some sort of hypnosis therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
You can make a religion and make it tax-free.
Well, for example, if we...
My Bomba curl kind of looks like
What are you...
a boom.
What are you talking about?
A bulbul? A bulbul?
What are you talking about?
About my Bomba looking like a dick?
Alright, so...
A proper dick? Why does my Bomba look like a dick?
Alright, I have a vision for... Essentially, you could market the Clubhouse experience and pay people to join. You know, and you could say, we're going to provide a meditation hypnosis centered around offline communication. Join us at this Clubhouse room, and it'll be $25 or however much, you know, for an hour-long meditation, and then we could get 300 people to join, and they're all, I mean, they could join, honestly, whether or not they're paying for the meditation, but the people who are paying are not Clubhouse users who are floating in. They're people who have seen the advertisement for a hypnosis meditation, clicked on the link to buy the hypnosis meditation, and then it comes here where they're paying for this.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So anyway, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
And if it was a nonprofit, by the way, you know, we would be eligible for, especially if we had like a black woman, like if we could get Mama Jazzy to be the, if you could even impersonate.
This is so sickening. I feel sick listening to this.
Why? What do you mean?
She's just being
You're using
irascible.
race play?
Oh, she's being irascible.
Do you know who Michael? I used to be a Democrat. You got.
Let me help you out with that, Danny. You're so good at it. So I was gonna say that like I have thought about like changing my profiles to like to Alcoholics Anonymous, and then creating like an Alcoholics Anonymous clubhouse room where people actually do like an AA meeting.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm gonna do
And
that.
so, anyway, my request to you is just that if you ever use that house, I made you the only other admin, so just feel free. But that I think that house, until it's you're right. Nothing on Clubhouse ever lasts. Nobody's gonna troll my stupid house, and it's probably not gonna turn into anything. But for the time being, if you want to open a room about offline communication and the power of avoiding irascibility, because the wisdom books is one thing, but talking about anyway, that's what that house is for.
Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, I think like using Clown House as the back end to like a purchase point of sale is like a good, you know, way to do it, because you are giving them what they want. So the question is just, can you find and can you market?
Well, and if you could control it, like I was thinking about marketing a Google Meet. Okay, I'm thinking about marketing a workshop, communication workshop, but then I was thinking Clown House could be, although maybe this is a stupid idea because it could be corrupted, but I thought it could be a good venue. I mean, I'll tell you this, there's two things that I like about this app. First of all, I like that it's audio only and we're not distracted with the visual. It's just a group call. And I like that there is no lag. And the sound is clear. If both people have good internet, there's no lag. And so it's better even than Google Meet, I think, in that way.
Yeah. I was thinking about like Rewild Main and what you do, since you like it so much, you know? I was like, well, why don't I just like clone it, call it something like,
Oh, you think? Clone it. Fat, I've been telling you this for years. Fat lesbians, Chicago mushrooms.
no, you call it like nature discovery or nature walks, you know, and you basically invite people in to discover how they can start a business by educating people about their natural environment in their community.
Right, it could be franchisable.
Yeah.
It could be, it literally could be a franchise.
It could be, but
A
I think
wild,
I think getting people to pay like a one-time fee or a subscription fee to join your business opportunity, as opposed to like saying, "Oh, send us $10,000 and we'll help you open your own franchise." It's like it's got to be low cost and high
It's
value.
$500 or $1,000 or even 5,000, somewhere between 5 and 500. And then it's just and then it's a plan. It's not $10,000 for I'm going to help you. It's just 500 or 1,000. You get access to my plan. Here's how to open your own nature walk business, and then that's that.
That's it. It's very simple, but the thing is, you'll never be able to do that unless you actually try to take it national or global, and that has to be the communication every time. Is that we are a global natural discovery business, helping young entrepreneurs or older entrepreneurs connect with nature and helping people connect in nature, and we provide essentially a therapeutic setting. So you have to like explain it, you have to create materials, have infographics. I mean, you can do it locally and really, really do it, or you can just do it on the internet, and then that becomes even the bigger challenge where you're not actually doing nature walks anymore, or you are. Anyways, we've talked about this for quite a while now. I think you get the point. Oh, I encourage you to do it, and I will be your biggest supporter. I'll even compete with you to help propel you even further. And I'll be like, bro, I just got 15 new suckers to sign up. They all just sent me $50 today. What's 50 times 15? Hello?
Hello? My bad, I was doing some other shit. My dad is gonna be here soon. And for real world time wasting.
Oh my gosh.
But eventually they'll be dead.
I know. So will you.
Right. So the other thing that I was gonna say about the offline communication thing is that, well, you can't make money. You're like a belligerent delinquent.
No, I can make money. What are you talking about?
Can you make money and keep your house? I thought if you make money, then you have to pay the government.
No, they just they fucking take whatever they can take from me. It doesn't mean I can't try to make something that they can't take. They want me working.
Anything you make, they will take.
No, it's not. They got to take it before I can get it out of the bank. That's what I'm fighting. Is like they
take it before you get it out of the bank. So if you cash a check for $5,000 and then go withdraw it all today, they got shit. But they can see that you cashed a check.
Listen, don't worry about any of that. It's irrelevant.
All right.
Because even if I was making money, I could say to my good friend Max, "Hey Max, I need you to take this money." He'd be like, "You're gonna take fucking fuck yeah, I'll take that fucking money."
So, the Center for Offline Communication could be eligible for federal grant funding because we would be providing a charitable service potentially to members of the international community, national and international. Because a lot of people are struggling with the perils of online communication, basically creating conflict in their interpersonal and professional lives. And if we could provide a hypnosis meditation that would help people navigate offline communication with all of its unique challenges, then we could get grant funding for basically wasting time on Clubhouse with a bunch of other low IQ dumb people.
Okay, Dr. USAID. The whole thing is I think if we were actually to run experiments, people who listen to audiobooks versus people that record audiobooks and create audiobooks, I think that it's one person is like somebody who actually likes to go to the gym, and the other person is like somebody who just likes to work out outside. I know you probably don't get the reference, but I'm like making fun of fat people who say, "I don't go to the gym, I just go outside and exercise." And then you're like, "But you're fucking fat. Maybe you should consider optimizing, concentrating."
There are a lot of people on the dating apps who say I like working out, but then you look at them and you're like, yeah, but you're fat. And it's like interests working out, you know?
Imagine like being fat. Like last night, like I'm like, man, I would love to have some pizza right now. Then I'm like, well, wait a minute. I just had pizza for lunch. I was like, maybe it's a bad idea to get pizza tonight because I just had pizza for lunch.
Fat ass, you're gonna get a fat ass. Maybe don't eat the pizza. Maybe go home, go to the gym tomorrow.
So yeah, so what I'm saying is like, if you're really fat and you're eating, and then do you never say to yourself like,
right.
I'm really fat. I should stop eating.
Right. That moment never happens.
It's just
they
like
never have that
they
moment.
just glaze it over with like a cheesecake, and they're like, what was I thinking?
Yeah, it's sad. That's a bummer. Well,
You know, I will say I really encourage you to keep reading because like you do memorize things. You're smart, you know, and you're smart.
Thank you.
So you have nothing to
I'll
fear.
tell you this. I mean, I appreciate your compliment, and I will tell you that I learned, like, grant writing is not that hard. Everybody always says grant writing is hard, but I learned that grant writing is not hard. It's all bullshit. It's just bullshit.
I know, but with Grok and ChatGPT, like writing is easy now. Technically, all you're doing is form filling because it's it's irrelevant. Like what it's not irrelevant, but like you're gonna get the content to put it in there faster than you ever have been able to do that. There's no read. And basically, everything is already pre-created because of AI chat. You just copy and paste everything. But good luck getting the money. I mean, you're kind of late to that game.
Yeah, well. What else is there? Did you see Wall-E?
Was that like a movie? No.
You're at your computer, or you got 50 phones in front of you.
Yeah.
Just Google image. It's Wall-E, like Wall-E, and do Wall-E human. Because there's a depiction of humanity in this movie, Wall-E, that I would like you to see, the cartoon image that they've created of their future vision for humanity. Wall-E human. Did you see it?
I'm sorry, I got distracted.
Who doesn't get distracted all the time? You don't have to look at it, but anyway, it's just a fat fuck in like a mobile chair with a screen in front of his face.
I see the robot, Wall-E's Day at Work. Yeah, I see the human dystopia.
But first, the TikTok video of a cute puppy.
So what I've been doing is every night now before I go to sleep, I turn all my clubhouse rooms into like an ASMR room, and then I just put some chick doing ASMR on loop. And it's amazing how many people go to those rooms at nights because I think a lot of people do have a hard time falling asleep. And so they use Clubhouse as like either a way that they're like fucking themselves and they're staying up at night because they can't stop thinking or something. And then also maybe they go to the ASMR room because it actually does make them tired and puts them into a
I
relaxed
wonder
sleep.
if there is an ASMR version of the Tao Te Ching. ASMR Tao Te Ching.
Get some gay guy whisper it.
There is. Here's one. It's 40 minutes. You can put this on a loop.
Let's see. Let me find it. That's.
I just Googled ASMR Tao Te Ching and I found one. There's a few. Boring books for bedtime.
Oh, cool.
That's the channel. Boring books for bedtime.
Whispering philosophy. Whoa, 1.4 thousand views. Oh, damn.
You can use it in any way.
There you go.
See, it's like it's so impossible to come up with an original idea. Everybody's already thought about this shit. We're like so late to the game.
Well,
This chick has 54,000 views.
I mean, when you do come up with an original idea, though, I almost don't even want to talk about it. But there aren't that many. I would think we were talking. I don't know if I was talking with you about this, but like a lot of rap names. I was thinking when the rappers have to make their rap name. The rap names are getting more and more stupid because you can't even be like Lil Skunk. You have to be basically your Twitter handle or your TikTok handle. So a lot of rappers are like Lil Skunk 249. It's literally like a screen name, like Lil Pump 69XX. That's so you can Google them and not get confused with the other Lil Pumps or whatever that are out there. And so I did come up with a unique idea, and it is called the Center for Offline Communication. And I've secured the Facebook page. I don't know about I think I got the URL. If I didn't get the URL by now, I'm stupid.
I wouldn't worry about it. I have had thousands of domain names, and I literally just canceled every single one of them, meaning I'm not renewing. And like I got a call from GoDaddy, and they're like, "Are you sure? Like you're gonna let all these names go?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna keep carrying these fucking names for you guys. Let it go. I'm a Buddhist now. Bye, bitch." And I'm like, I'm not gonna keep paying all that money. It's like I'm just not making money from it. So I'm a moron. The point is like domain names are stupid because it's really platforms now. And the fact is, you can get any domain name you want and just put a fucking X at the end of it. So domain names are stupid. It's really about platforms. It's like you need an audience and you don't need a domain name. The domain name could come much later and it's irrelevant because it's just a flow. And people aren't even see the thing. If you have a domain and you have keywords, like you're gonna get some search engine results, but like even then, that's very limited now. Most people are just discovering off of algorithm or social, but like Google search results, it's very difficult to even compete and try to get listed against somebody that's been in there for fucking 15, 20 years. So good luck with that. It's a fucking waste of time. It's a waste of time. You'd be better off just commenting or replying to shit on X and get traffic from reply comments. The whole thing, this app is like personal self-rectification, self-education. I mean, Randy, Diego, all those losers, they've never read a book on here ever. I mean, maybe just like briefly though, like 10 seconds. I mean, come on here for 50 minutes and read a complicated book. I challenge anyone to actually attempt it. Like very few people can even do that, let alone physically do it or even read, anyways. You see what I'm saying? Like this is an opportunity to make yourself better. But then there's also the opportunity to make other people better. But the Center for Offline Communication is essentially a nothing burger. And you have the books, like Tao Te Ching is one book, but there's 100 other books that you could compress into you. If you could really compress 100 solid books into your life, Zach, could you imagine? You would essentially become, Superman. So that's, I think, the value of these books is that it changes who you are, how you behave, what you think, what you say, what you listen to. You become more discriminating, more discerning. Time is more valuable. And time is so conceptual, but you know that there's an opportunity cost to sitting here listening to Rabbi Randy McDickerson click away on his computer while he talks about genocide. Like, you're the loser for listening to that. You are his bitch. And he's a bitch.
Well, that's why I left. I felt like you got to me.
Not just him. It's really every room. It's every room. Every room.
It's everybody.
It's
well,
everybody.
Right. Yeah, it's everybody.
So, anyways, yeah. But I'm going to the gym as well, and then I'm meeting this hot Polish chick, and we're going to have a paczki, which is a Polish donut.
Nice. That sounds good.
She says she smokes bud, so I was like, are we going to smoke bud, have coffee, and eat a donut? She's like, sounds good to me.
I mean, why wouldn't, that sounds like marry her.
Marry her. I don't know what kind of, I don't know what kind of
situation. Say, move into my condemned house with me and start a family while
I don't know what you think marriage means, but it is not liberation. Going to the state and getting a certificate and both of you signing it, so then when you want to destroy that certificate, you have to go back to the state.
Have you seen, I know you've heard my iteration of it, but have you seen the Kinnison bit? This is love?
I'd have to go, I can't remember, I'll look for it.
Alright, I'll talk to you later.
Peace.
We're going to Shalom.
Peace, Chris. Talk to you soon.
Out loud.
Yeah. When should I start? Because the first part of the article is just discussing.
How about you read the damn thing?
Officials have since soon followed. This is explaining first just one.
How about you just read it?
I just want to show out that Rabbi's a fucking loser. He repeats himself over and over again.
Someone else. The term recently cropped up in mainstream media when former Liberty University Jerry Falwell Jr. resigned from his role over reports he had partaken in this fetish. According to researcher and sex therapist David Lee, Jew, conservative men might be sexually drawn to cuckolding because of something they were told is forbidden or wrong. Okay, so based off of feeling, but let's continue. Cuckolding is a sexual fetish. All right, this is just another description.
No, you're just skipping it.
Cuckolding is a
Okay, everybody, welcome to the Center for Offline Communication. This is you.
Hello, Joe Simhart here. That is the higher interpretation of these that are of the essential tradition that he tried.
Feels like a dream, feels like magic. Gotta believe I can. Hello, everyone. To this book, Cardinal Balthazar was a very eclectic, unconventional cardinal as well. He was progressive in some ways. So.
Welcome into the world of the occult.
It's Saturday morning. I promise to get you out of here fast.
What up, Danny? He's
all the
with his dad.
exercises on all of these tapes be performed regularly.
I tried
Sooner or
to hook him up with
later,
a
some salutary results may follow. You might then wish to offer up a prayer of thanksgiving at the opening of each practice session. Use your own imagination and ingenium to compose the kind of prayer that suits you and your own beliefs, rather than follow slavishly some already existent prayer, no matter how excellent it may be.
Two Jews, and I was very upset. It was very anti-Semitic.
At the root of all systems, metaphysical or occult, relaxation of physical and mental tension is considered a prerequisite. Unfortunately, most systems contain only a rudimentary technique, inadequately developed for the use of the new student or beginner, without any assurance that it will produce results. I want to present a time-honored viewpoint that is repeatedly confirmed with usage of the neuroscientific techniques of biofeedback. First of all, the student is to lie down on his back on any hard surface, or on a bed with a firm mattress, or on a table covered by a thick blanket. A well-carpeted floor has been known to be most satisfactory. For some, a small cushion is permitted for the head. The basic idea is to let the hard surface support the body. Too often, when lying down, we remain fully tensed when we should permit the muscles to loosen up altogether. Thus, we support our bodies with much too much tenacity instead of letting the hard surface do the supporting for us. He must give himself wholly up to it. A few deep sighs will prove of inestimable value. You should engineer some rudimentary relaxation of the diaphragm, the big muscle separating the chest from the abdomen. What is proposed then is for the student to consider in his imagination every part of the body from brain to the tips of the toes. No intricate knowledge of anatomy is really required. On the other hand, however, if the student has been taught the broad outlines relating to anatomy and physiology, he may find that knowledge useful. While lying on the back, a thick, large pillow should be slipped under the knees so that the knees are raised some few inches from the surface. This tends to induce a mechanical relaxation of the spinal muscles. Let him now cross one ankle over another, the heels resting on the hard surface, and fold the hands over the abdomen by interlacing the fingers. Consider the brain by visualizing it in the skull. Everyone has, at some time or other, seen diagrams of the cerebrum. Imagine now that the brain is a mass of white and grey nerve substance divided into a right and left hemisphere with a little bulb at the back. The entire surface of these structures is marked by numbers of lobes, convolutions, and depressions. Try to feel that this brain, normally white and grey in color, becomes pinkish in hue as you think of it. This visualization dilates the blood vessels in the head, automatically directing an increased blood supply there. This creates warmth over and above the normal amount, and this radiating outwards to surrounding structures produces a relaxation. Maintain this visualization long enough to become aware of some kind of sensation in the head. Subjective sensations of warmth and tingling. Yet these are not wholly subjective. Biofeedback experiments indicate that the temperature of fingers or toes using this method may be increased by a degree or two. Relaxing the entire body thoroughly in this way will also be found a distinct stimulus to the maintenance and or recovery of perfect health. Imagine next that the blood, which has been warming and so relaxing the brain, pours downwards from the frontal portions of the brain into the forehead, the eyes, and the temples, dilating the blood vessels there. Go through a similar procedure as previously described until you obtain that characteristic sense of warmth, tingling, and relaxation. These are quite unmistakable, being the hallmarks of the induction of a local release of tension. Passing contemplation downward to the ears, reflecting also on the inner ear mechanisms, the cheeks of the face and the nose. Imagine the blood flowing there, bringing about the relaxation of muscular and blood vessel tension by reason of the warmth induced by the surplus of blood in that area. Pause long enough until the appropriate reactions and sensations are clearly noted. Meantime, should your attention wander away to the events of the day, don't get angry or irritable. Wait quietly for a few seconds and gently bring the attention back to the consideration of the area in question. The mind is bound to wander at the beginning of these exercises. It only requires some training and re-education. Bring the blood in your imagination to the lips, the mouth and gums of the teeth, the chin and the angle of the jaw. This procedure having been applied to the whole head, including the back of the head, you should pause for a little while to become completely aware of the sensations involved. Also note that the entire body should have begun to lose its gross attention. Since the brain is the nerve center of the whole psychosomatic organism, when it relaxes, so also will all other subsidiary parts. The neck is the next area to be considered. The student should visualize the windpipe with all its component parts, if he knows them by name, together with muscles and glands in the front, sides, and back of the neck. They should be imagined as turning pink due to the dilatation of the blood vessels that, holding more blood, are gently warmed by its heat and thus being coaxed into relaxing. As the tensions begin to loosen, pass the attention to the powerful muscles of the shoulders and shoulder joints. Pay great attention to these, for they are unusually tense in most modern people. The price we pay for the benefits and stresses of civilization. Let the attention slowly wander from the shoulders down the arm to the elbow, forearm, wrist, hand, and fingers, dwelling for a minute or so on each part, feeling a sensation of warmth and tingling there, firmly telling each part to relax. Return in imagination once more to the shoulders. Visualize the entire chest cage. Within this cage are several large and important organs. The bronchial tubes, lungs, heart, large arteries and veins leading to and from them, and the diaphragm. Also make note of and feel the powerful rib muscles which aid the breathing function. Just make a simple picture of this cage and begin to feel that slowly the blood pours into every dilated artery, vein, and capillary. The muscular walls of these vessels relax, enabling them to convey larger quantities of blood than before. Because of this increased blood supply, a greater quantity is being generated in the chest, resulting in a generally diffused sense of relaxation. So far as the abdomen and pelvis are concerned, a similar technique is to be followed. Thinking of the large areas which include the individual organs that you know to be housed there. Feel the warm descent of the blood and experience fully the sensation of aliveness that the consideration of those parts produces. As you practice, you will at first become increasingly conscious of each bodily segment, becoming aware of each separate organ, rather as one does of each tooth if and when there is a tooth there. This awareness is succeeded by a complete cessation of sensory awareness. The relaxed portion, formerly standing out so vividly in consciousness, will fade utterly from view. Eventually, consciousness of the body as a whole vanishes entirely, with a deep and abiding serenity and stillness resulting. Having completed the irrigation of the pelvic area, imagine the light stream of blood dividing into two powerful rivers, each sweeping down one hip and thigh. Consider the thigh as far down as the kneecap, in a manner similar to that applied to all other portions of the body, until you become aware of the warmth and relaxation of the heavy, thick muscles. Then pass downwards with the mind to the ankle, and finally to the tips of the toes. Become fully aware of this minute part of the body becoming absolutely flooded by the bloodstream, which enables it to undergo this needed release from tension. The entire process from head to toe should take not less than a half an hour at first. More time would even be more satisfactory. As time goes on, less time may be necessary to induce relaxation, until finally the mere wish or thought to relax will spontaneously induce all muscles and tissues everywhere in the body to relax their chronic tension. Skill is the important factor, and skill is achieved solely by practice and constant repetition. In this way, a conditioned response may be built up with the almost instantaneous reaction that such reflexes have. The practice of the presence of God. Let us dedicate this work to an awareness of the ever-living God by using an ancient prayer. Who should not praise thee, O Lord of the universe, unto whom there is none like, whose dwelling is in heaven, and in every virtuous and God-fearing heart. O God, thou vast one, thou art in all things. O nature, thou self from nothing, for what else can I call thee? In myself I am nothing. In thee I am self, and exist in thy selfhood from eternity. Live thou in me, and bring me unto that self which is in thee. Lie down and make yourself comfortable. Relax completely. Breathe easily and rhythmically. Meditate on the fact that your body is composed of millions of atoms. Each atom is composed of electrons and protons orbiting about a center. Vast open spaces exist between these particles. These atoms form all our bodily tissue, forming the cells, the bones, the skin, all muscles, and all the elements of the bloodstream. The whole body really is made up rather like a woman's hairnet. Millions of holes or spaces connected by thin gossamer threads. Think of the skin on your face, covering your whole head. See this skin perforated by millions of tiny holes, which we call pores. Imagine and feel that these pores are opening up, stretching wide. Your face has thus become transformed into a network or a honeycomb. Millions and millions of yawning open holes loosely knit together by fine, thin filament. Now extend the mental picture to include the neck and shoulders. See the skin covering these areas, becoming a fine lacework of holes. Do the same with the chest. The arms and hands are mere extensions of the chest segment. These areas of your body are now largely open holes. Space is held together by loosely woven thin threads. Feel the holes stretching and opening as you slowly move your imagination into the abdominal area, into the whole length of the back, down into the pelvis, the thigh area, and your legs and feet. See and feel the entire skin covering of your body as a hairnet or as a honeycomb through which the air around you can flow into you and through you. Now return your attention to the head. Realize that the contents of your skull and brain are made up of atoms and even smaller particles, all of them separated by enormous spaces. Feel that the bones, the blood vessels within the brain, and the cells of the brain itself are very porous, filled with holes similar to a sponge. Let your imagination extend down into your neck, your shoulders, your arms, and your chest. The whole upper part of your body. The inside, not the external skin this time. Feel that all this vital tissue within is no longer solid and impervious to the air. It is porous and sponge-like because the tissue is nothing but millions of holes, vast spaces lightly connected by thin filaments. As you continue working in this manner, you will experience a distinct physical sensation, rather difficult to describe, but it is distinct, different from anything you've ever experienced before. Now go down to the abdomen and the pelvis. Consider them together. Feel the solid tissue becoming transformed into a honeycomb. Millions of holes, the spaces between the atomic particles composing them, tied together with a network of little threads and filaments. The whole area is seen and feels like a sponge. Extend this method to the thighs, to the legs, and the feet. Continue your imaginative effort. Seeing the bones, the muscles, blood vessels, all composed of minute particles between which are vast spaces. All the apparently solid tissue is transformed into a honeycomb, into millions of holes flimsily connected by fine filaments and threads. of the organism as a whole. The skin outside, the organ and other tissues inside. All of you is now a simple mass of whole.
Through this place. And the problem with having all
From the
that
top
money
of
is
your
somebody
head
ain't gonna have to make my team
to the
run.
tips
That's
of
where I
your
come in.
toes.
Channel, filter, funnel, stock, securities, tax-free municipals. I send that money out into the real world, and when it comes back, clean as a virgin's honey butter. Cleaner. I know you're good at it, but all that paper leaves a trail. Now everybody gets curious.
You are
It's going to somebody. Sure it is, but not to me.
All
And
of
certainly
you
not to the warden.
is simply a mass of
Randall
whole.
Stevens. Who?
Connected
Silent
laterally by thread.
Who is he? Second cousin to Harvey the Rabbit. He doesn't exist, except on paper. You're shitting me. If they ever trace any of those accounts, they're gonna wind up chasing a figment of my imagination. I'll be damned. You know, the funny thing is, on the outside, I was an honest man, straight as an arrow. I had to come to prison to be a crook.
You are no longer solid matter.
It's a river.
You never were.
Sure, that's him. Yeah. Positive?
As a result,
You know you're positive?
you can feel the surrounding air
Yes, what?
flow
Yes,
through
I'm
you.
sure that's Ellsberg. Positive he did.
Sense the air permeating you, pouring in from every direction. There are no impediments to the free movement of this air. This air, which is life itself. So you are bathed in an ocean of spirit. It is spirit which you are breathing in, and spirit which you are breathing out. Taking in and giving forth the one universal spirit in which you live and move and have your being. Realize your imagination has transformed all your tissue into sponge-like substance. From head to toe, all of you, you are one vast sponge, open to the divine force surrounding you.
I mean, a lot of people.
Your sponge-like body offers absolutely no resistance to the living air coming in and passing through your body from any direction. You are no longer breathing only with your nose or chest. But actually, you are breathing through every pore of your being. As you inhale, feel the air pour into your spongy body from head to toe. As you breathe out, the air passes all the way through your body, coming out through your head, through your back, your abdomen, your legs. Continue your rhythmic breathing. Feel the air flowing in and through your body. Your body is nothing but a mass of holes, faces tied together by thread, no longer dense and solid. Air pours through you, ascending through feet and legs, through the entire
Is
body,
eternal without doing, and yet nothing remains not done. What compress you must, is eternal without doing. What compress you must, the great Tao is overflowing. Great. Whose others is clever, whosoever people would find the balance all
air is coming in through the front of your body, and as you exhale, it goes out through your sides and back. Inhale, and the air flows in. Exhale, and the air flows out. Keep up this rhythm, this new and most pleasurable experience of the divine life entering you. This is taking over. With each inhalation, you breathe in life and spirit. This air that is coursing through your body is the carrier of life. This air is the divine spirit which is created, and so can transform, heal, harmonize, and restore our everyday lives.
The world is dark. Few only can see here. Few only go to heaven. Like birds escaped from the net.
This is the one
The
life
swans go on the
animating all created things. God is coming into your life, into your very body, filling it with divine spirit. As you breathe in, as the air rushes through your body and mind, you are in reality opening yourself to the ever-present and power of God. conscious as well as unconscious. There is no part of you that can be free from what God is. You have opened yourself to God. You have dedicated yourself to God and to the great work. Surrender whatever you are, whatever you have, to the omnipresence of the one life, this one universal spirit. With each breath, the ever-living God surges into your body and fills every cell with light, love, and freedom. God is in us, and we are in God. Now take a deep breath and return to your normal state of consciousness. Take a seated position. Command yourself to relax. Start rhythmic breathing. Let us ask for divine guidance at the beginning of each session. To the glory of thine ineffable name. Amen.
Amen.
You have achieved perfect relaxation. Your mind is at peace. You are now able to concentrate your thoughts, your feelings, your will. Imagine now that towers above you another being who represents your higher self, your holy guardian angel. watching over you with his light and love, protecting you, guiding you. With each breath you take, you aspire and yearn to be one with your angel. With the exhalation, this great being descends into you. You and your guardian angel are becoming one. Inhale, yearn towards your divine angel. Exhale, he descends and occupies your being. Imagine this divine being with wings that are outstretched. Vibrating rapidly.
No, let's go to
power.
show up for everything that's being. You did you read both articles?
Benign, gracious, beatific. Inhale, long for, yearn for, and this great being who is yourself made perfect. Exhale. Imagine and feel this divine spiritual figure descending, occupying your body, your mind, your soul. Inhale, and imagine that you are lifting up your arms towards the heavens, towards the skies, aspiring towards this noble being who is yourself. Exhale. Feel the air going out of your body and your higher self, your angel, descending into you. Inhale. Aspire. Exhale. You are one.
था.
Your holy guardian angel is the symbol of your higher self. Imagine and visualize him there, as he always is, ready to help you and guide you throughout life. As you inhale, yearn for your guardian angel. As you exhale, feel your angel coming down, occupying you, filling you as your breath goes out.
Go study till you were Sam and stop wasting your time.
Inhale, aspire, exhale, you are one. Mentally, you see your angel. You feel his presence, handsome, beautiful, robed in brilliant, scintillating white light. Inhale, aspire, exhale, you are one.
And
You
listen to
are
a
gradually
relaxation and
merging
meditation
with this
hypnosis.
gigantic
Hypnosis
figure
is
of the
absolute
angel.
brain rock.
This is your higher self, your guardian angel, desiring to be with you, and you to become united with him.
If you're Jewish, you should document JD as some potentially violent lawbreakers who spread lies and evil communication.
your
That's
guardian
true.
angel.
Life is too short.
You and your holy guardian angel are one. This is the goal of your lifetime. This is the great work. Uniting with your holy guardian angel, your magnificent, beautiful, mighty, heavenly self. Meditate quietly.
no supporters, so if you have the chance, please subscribe.
Sing with me that wonderful peroration to an angel adoration. I am he, the born spirit, cutting sight instinct, strong and benevolent. I am he, the truth. I am he who hates that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lightneth and thundereth. I am he in whom is the flower of the life of earth. I am he who loves and flameth. I am he, the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the world. The heart circle of circle is my name.
This is a poem that Crowley wrote, published in the Equinox about 1910 or 11. It is called Long Odds. How many million galaxies there are, who knows? And each has countless stars in it, and each rolls to eternities afar beneath the threshold of the infinite. How is it that with all that space to roam, I should have found this mote that spins and leaps in what unutterable sunlight, foam of what unfathomable starry deeps? Who knows? And how this 1,000,000,000 souls and 500,000,000,000 souls of earth that swarm, all bound for unimagined goals, all pioneers of death enrolled at birth, how were they swept away before my sight, that I might stand upon the single prick of infinite space and time as finite? Who knows? Yet here I stand, climacteric, having found you. Was it by fall of chance? Then what a stake against what odds I have won. Was it determined in God's ordinance? Then wondrous love and pity for his son? Or was it part of an eternal law? Then how ineffably beneficent. Each thought excites an ecstasy of awe, a rapture rending the mind's firmament. Infinity,
thank for this? It will not matter if Thanksgiving fill the endless Imperium with a kiss. This is an excerpt from the Book of Lies written about 1910 or 11 by Aleister Crowley. It is called Venus of Milo. Life is as ugly and necessary as the female body. Death is as beautiful and necessary as the male body. The soul is beyond male and female, as it is beyond life and death. Even as the lingam and the yoni are but diverse developments of one organ, so also are life and death but two phases of one state. So also the absolute and the conditioned are but forms of that. What do I love? There is no form, no being, to which I do not give myself wholly up. Take me, who will. In the 6th volume of the Equinox, Aleister Crowley wrote and published a prose poem called The Earth. This is a short excerpt from it. The child of miracle to the world, greeting. I reach my hands to the leaves and dabble in the dew. I sprinkle dew on you for kisses. I kneel down and hold the grass of the black earth to my bosom. I crush the earth to my lips as if it were a grape, and the wine of Demeter flushes my cheeks. They burn with joy of youth. Why should I greet the world? Because my heart is bursting with love for the world. Love, say I? Why not lust? Is not lust strength and merriment, and the famine that only the infinite can stay? And why do I call myself the child of miracle? Because I have entered a second time into my mother's womb and am born. Because to the knowledge of manhood has come the passion, even the folly of adolescence, with all its pride and purity. It is for this that you see me lying upon the thick wet grass, unquenchable, or rejoicing in the fat black loam. Now the manner of the miracle was this. In the beginning is given to a youth the vision of his mate. This one must he henceforth seek blindly. And many are the enchantments and disenchantments. Through this his vision fades. Even his hunger dies away, unless he be indeed elect. But in the end, it may be that God shall send him the other half of that token of paradise. Then, if he have kept the holy fire alight, perhaps with much false fuel, that fire shall instant blaze and fill the temple of his soul. By its insistent energy, it shall destroy even the memory of all those marshalites that came to greet it. And the priest shall bow down in glory and grasp the altar with his hands and strike it with his forehead 7 times. Now this altar is the earthen altar of Demeter. This is from the Book of Wisdom or Folly. My son, there are afflictions many and woes many that come of the errors of men in respect of the will. But there is none greater than this, the interference of the busybody. For they make pretense to know a man's thought better than he doth himself, and to direct his will with more wisdom than he, and to make plans for his happiness. And of all these, the worst is he that sacrifices himself for the weal of his fellows. He that is so foolish as not to follow his own will, how shall he be so wise as to pursue that of another? If mine horse bore an offence, should some varlet come behind him and strike at his hoofs? Nay, son, pursue thy path in peace, that thy brother beholding thee may take courage from thy bearing and comfort from his confidence, that thou wilt not hinder him by thy superfluity of compassion. Let me not begin to tell thee of the mischiefs that I have seen, whose root was in kindness, whose flower was in self-sacrifice, and whose fruit in catastrophe. Verily, I think there should be no end thereof. Strike, rob, slay thy neighbor, but comfort him not, unless he ask it of thee. And if he ask it, be wary. This is part of an essay written in the Blue Equinox and is called The Rights of Property. I have no sympathy with those who cry out against property, as if what all men desire were of necessity evil. The natural instinct of every man is to own, and while man remains in this mood, attempts to destroy property must not only be nugatory, but deleterious to the community. There is no outcry against the rights of property where wisdom and kindness administer it. The average man is not so unreasonable as the demagogue, for his own selfish ends pretends to be. The great nobles of all time have usually been able to create a happy family of their dependents, and unflinching loyalty and devotion have been their reward. The secret has been principally this, that they have considered themselves noble as well in nature as in name, and thought it foul shame to themselves if any retainer met unnecessary misfortune. The upstart of today, however, lacks this feeling. He must try constantly to prove his superiority by exhibiting his power, and harshness is his only weapon. This is from a little book called The Book of Lies, The Smoking Dog, Kitover. Each act of man is the twist and double of an hair. Love and death are the greyhounds that course him. God bred the hounds, and taketh his pleasure in the sport. This is the comedy of Pan, that man should think he hunteth, while those hounds hunt him. This is the tragedy of man when facing love and death, he turns to bay. He is no more hare, but boar. There are no other comedies or tragedies. Cease then to be the mockery of God. In savagery of love and death, live thou and die. Thus shall his laughter be thrilled through with ecstasy. This is an excerpt from Liber Aleph, the Book of Wisdom or Folly. Behold now nature, how prodigal is she of her forces. The evident will of every acorn is to become an oak, yet nigh all fail of that will. Therefore one secret of magic is economy of thy force, to do no act unless secure of its effect. And if every act hath an effect on every plane, how canst thou do this, unless thou be connected with all planes? For this reason must thou know thoroughly not only thy body and thy mind, but thy body of light, and all its subtle principles so well. But I would have thee to consider most especially what powers thou hast within thee, which are certainly capable of great effects, which are constantly wasted. Think then whether, if these powers, frustrate of their end upon one plane, might not be turned to high purpose and assured success upon another. For 100 acorns, likely set in conditions fit for their true growth, will become 100 oaks, while otherwise they make but one meal for one hog, and their subtle nature is wholly lost to them. Learn then, O my son, this mystery of economy, and apply it faithfully and with diligence in thy work. The tent. This is a sonnet that Crowley wrote during a trip to the desert. Only the stars endome the lonely camp. Only the desert leagues encompass it. Waterless wastes, a wilderness of wit, embattled cold, imagination's cramp. Now were the desolation fain to stamp the congealed spirit of man into the pit, save that, unquenchable because unlit, the love of God burns steady like a lamp. It burns beyond the sands, beyond the stars. It burns beyond the bands, beyond the bars. And so the expanse of mystery, veil by veil, burns inward, plume on plume, still folding over the dissolved heart of the amazed lover, the angel wings over the Holy Grail. The following is an excerpt from a letter he wrote to one of his inquirers relative to the meaning of some of the magical instruments. Really, you comfort me when you turn from those abstruse and exalted themes with which you have belabored me so often of late to dear, cumbersome little questions like this in our letter received this morning. Do please, dear master, give me some hints about how to make talismans. That's the same as talismata, isn't it? Yes. And the panticle. The official instructions are quite clear, of course, but somehow I find them just a little frightening. Well, I think I know pretty well what you mean. So I will try to imitate the style of Aunt Tabitha in the Flappers' Fireside. For one thing, you forgot to mention the Lawman. Now, what are these things when they are at home? That's easy enough. The Lawman is a sort of coat of arms. It expresses the character and powers of the wearer. A talisman is a storehouse for some particular kind of energy, the kind that is needed to accomplish the task for which you have constructed it. The panticle is often confused with both the others. Accurately, it is a minutum mundum, the universe in little. It is a map of all that exists, arranged in the order of nature. There is a chapter in Book 4, Part 2, devoted to it. I cannot make up my mind whether I like it. At the best, it is very far from being practical instruction. An analogy, not too silly for these three. The chess player, the openings, and the game itself. Jean. I laid mine ear against your heart, Jean. A masterpiece of nature turned a masterpiece of art. With your blanched Egyptian beauty foiled by the hungry eyes, and the red mouth soiled by the honey of mine, that your green has spoiled, Jean. The body a corpse, and the soul inurned. Against your heart I laid mine ear, Jean, and the clock went ticking, ticking. How could I choose but hear, Jean? Ah me, what thoughts came pricking like spurs in the flanks of a weary horse? Nor heart nor clock could feel remorse, but kept their definite deadly course, Jean. Alas for man, for his life's disaster. The clock beats fast, but a heart beats faster. Oh, your love was a marvelous thing, Jean. It was dawn, it was fire, it was birth, it was spring, Jean. But this is the curse, that it quickens its rate, lest man, by love, should escape from fate, and win from the dust of the uncreate, Jean. Nay, we are lovers, you and I, and we must die, and our love must die. We love, we shall die, sweetheart. Take cheer, Jean. We are bound to a fate that brings release. We move in a moil that must one day cease. We shall win to the everlasting peace, Jean. And how things are, and why, and whence, are puzzles for fools that lack the sense of cows. Enough of the future tense, Jean. For the end of love and the end of art is just my ear against your heart.
Mantra. It is important that all the exercises on all of these tapes be performed regularly. Sooner or later, some salutary results may follow. You might then wish to offer up a prayer of thanksgiving at the opening of each practice session. Use your own imagination and ingenium to compose the kind of prayer that suits you and your own beliefs, rather than follow slavishly some already existent prayer, no matter how excellent it may be. Om Namah Shivaya Om. 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 Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya.
That they are
Om
consumed
Namah Shivaya.
contemplating
Om
with each other. There's around 10 to 14%.
Shivaya.
Okay.
Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Om Namah Shivaya.
Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Om Shivaya. Om Namah 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 Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Om 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 Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om.
Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om.
Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om.
Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya
It'll seep in to their consciousness.
Namah Shivaya Om.
Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om.
Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om.
Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om.
Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Namah Shivaya Om. Om 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 Namah Shivaya Om.
Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om.
Om Namah Shivaya. Om.
Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om.
Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om.
So we'll just show like Britney Spears has the craziest Instagram you've ever seen. She loves to like pull her panties like all the way down to the top of her punani, and it's
Om Namah Shivaya.
Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om.
Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om. Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Om Namah Shivaya Om. 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 Om Namah Shivaya Om.
Some settings are in
Namah Shivaya Om.
You might then wish to
Om
operate
Namah
without Thanksgiving.
Shivaya Om. Om Namah 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 Shivaya Om.
The Tree of Life. The Kabbalah is an archaic system of Jewish mysticism. For us moderns, the Jewishness may readily be omitted, and most of its mysticism may also be left out, leaving only a simple, philosophical, or mathematical structure called the Tree of Life. Said Elvis Langley almost a century ago, on penetrating
I am the power of
admiration of the
Tauti.
side of a doctrine so simple and at the same time so absolute. The necessary union of ideas and signs, the consecration of the most fundamental realities by primitive characters, the trinity of words, letters, and numbers. A philosophy simple as the alphabet, profound and infinite as the Logos. Theorems more luminous and complete than those of Pythagoras. A theology which may be epitomized by counting on the fingers. An infinity which can be held in the hollow of an infant's hand. 10 numerals and 22 letters, a triangle, a square, and a circle. Such are the elements of the Kabbalah. Such are the primary principles of the written word, shadow of that spoken Logos which created the world. Each student has the task to ascertain for himself, where the Kabbalah is concerned, what must be considered true and reliable, and to set up on his own score a reliable standard of reference. This standard can only be spiritual experience. For this reason, the Tree of Life has been adopted as the framework of practical magic, since it is in the first place open to synthetic and constructive classification, and because it provides what may suitably be called a magical alphabet. It must be noted that the word alphabet is used, and it is so used in preference to the word language and the developments therefrom. The Kabbalah does not attempt to provide a complete magical language or an entire philosophy. Only by spiritual experience may the latter be acquired, but from the alphabet of ideas, numbers and symbols, and the intimations which it presents, the student may find himself enabled, with the aid of magical research and with the aid of the inner spiritual experience, to construct a satisfactory edifice of a high philosophy which will take him through life. Previously, the tree of life was considered as a numerical symbol of the orderly progression of the universe from ideality, as a classifying medium to which to refer systematically the spiritual hierarchies, and finally, as a frame of reference for ideas, symbols and signs which enter into practical magic. The Sephiroth may be thought of as cosmic forces, as emanations whose chief sphere of operation is in the macrocosm. The Sephiroth, I might add, are the basic concepts to be found on the tree of life. The crown refers to stillness and represents the social system truth, a theology simply intimized by personal deafness, and sublime assistant through the fleeting ages. It is by definition a metaphysical and spiritually sensitive point of consciousness, indivisible, supreme, the center from which flows all the energy and all the forces of man. As direct vehicles are the next two Sephiroth, the powers of Chachma and Binah, wisdom and understanding, the two manifested poles of the creative instrument which it employs. Yet not only are they instruments, but they are in reality the highest aspects of the activity of the spiritual being, whose hallowed light is infinite and eternal. In man, these two Sephiroth are represented by principles which we call the will and intuition. Existing on the creative plane, representing the potencies emanating from the divine self in the archetypal world. The will and soul constitute with the self the imperishable, unchanging man. Yet so absurd are the ways of men, and so far have we drifted from essentials, that few of us consciously realize our essential godhood.
So we'll just show you grace.
Like Christ, like Buddha, like Krishna, are sons of God, gods in all verity. As the will is the active, energetic, creative power in man, and inasmuch as in practical magic, the wand is the ceremonial instrument of creation, so is the wand the true symbol of the spiritual will, one, upright, towering to the heavens, a mighty and irresistible power of creation. The intuition, being in opposition to will on the tree, is feminine and passive, representing the true spiritual vision of the soul, or imagination. Like the chalice on the altar, it is ever open to receive the dictates and commands issuing from above. To it also is referred the spiritualized imagination, which, with the will, are the powers par excellence utilized in magic. The more one opens oneself to the divine will and the divine imagination of the inner self, the greater does one become in the manifestation of one's godhood, an oracle of the Most High, a spotless vehicle of the purest spiritual fire. Below the abyss, the next 5 sephiroth are named the human soul, a composite principle of reason, will, imagination, memory, and emotion, centered in the sephira of harmony. It is this mind which is the evolutionary vehicle of the real self, a mechanism, so to speak, created through long eons of toil and suffering, as a means of acquiring contact with the outside world, so that by means of the experience thus obtained, the self may come to a self-conscious realization of its own divine powers and high nature. It is in this mind that self-consciousness is centered. Although the psychological anomaly is true, that this perceptual mechanism, evolved solely as an instrument, comes to usurp the power of that which gave it birth, setting itself on a pedestal as the ego, as that which has real power, insight, will, and the ability to solve the problems of life. In magic, it is this empirical ego, this lower self, which must be offered up in sacrifice to the higher self. As the concept of sacrifice implies that that which is renounced should be the best and the greatest sacrifice, as much as so a local mind, well trained in all the processes of logic and thought, so is the one the truths of its own realm, is the greatest sacrifice which the student can lay upon the altar as an offering to the Most High. He that loses his life shall find it. Irresistible power of creation. Lest there be some misconstruction placed upon the words destruction and annihilation and sacrifice of the ego, let it be understood clearly that the principle itself is not destroyed. That, of course, is an impossibility in nature. But the false values of the ego, its complacency, the illusion that it possesses, that it alone is real and permanent, all else being its creations, these are offered for destruction. When the smugness and the false egoism in the mind is rooted out, it is an instrument of the soul than which few could be better. The 9th sephira is the foundation of the lower man. It is the Freudian id, and it is that lunar, vegetative, and instinctual principle which is concerned solely with man. This animal soul is at one and the same time a principle of energy and electromagnetic substance, the totality of the vital life currents, as well as the invisible magnetic mold on which the gross atoms arrange themselves as the physical body. As a substantive principle, it is the astral body, the plastic double built of astral substance, to serve as the basis or design of the physical body. It pertains to the instincts and impulses, acting as an automatic storehouse of sensations and impressions, just as the old term, the collective unconscious, may well be applied to the more archaic concept of the astral life. All the fundamental instincts of a man, the primal root impulses which he experiences, are of the sephira of Yesod, the foundation from which all life energy flows. All of these principles obtain in and function as a living organism in the principle of the physical body, attributed to the 10th and last sephira of the tree of life called the kingdom. It is the seat of every force and function of all the subtle planes of nature and every spiritual power of man. In all truth, and in this fundamental sense, the human body is in reality the temple of the Holy Ghost. William James, in his Gifford Lectures of the early part of this century, wrote that one conclusion that was forced upon him as a result of certain experiments that he had conducted had forced upon him that it is our normal waking consciousness, rational consciousness as we call it, is but one special type of consciousness, while all about it, parted from it by only the flimsiest of screens, there lie potential forms of consciousness entirely different. We may go through life without even suspecting their existence, but apply the requisite stimulus, and at a touch, they are there in all their completeness. Definite types of mentality, which probably somewhere have their field of application and adaptation. Magic is the name for some archaic psychological methods which, to use James' term, apply the requisite stimulus to reveal other and deeper levels of consciousness which are ever present, but remain as a rule totally unsuspected. Once this magical stimulus is applied, and these levels are tapped, there occurs what has been labeled illumination, the flooding of the mind with light. Before I was blind, but now I see. This so-called transcendental experience, to be reached by ritual and other technical procedures, is the heart of this archaic, Kabbalistic, and magical system, and can hardly be guessed at, save by some shrewd and penetrating modern psychologists such as Carl Jung and A. Maslow. It is with the mind with which I wish in particular to occupy myself at some little length. Although it comprises the 5 sephiroth, numbered 4 to 8 inclusive, its central seat is in Kitover, so-called, the sphere of harmony and equilibrium. One problem which concerns the magician is the fact that it is inherent in the mind is a principle of self-contradiction which prevents its use in the quest for truth and light. Using the reason alone, man can never come to any true realization of what he is in himself. That is, he can never understand by the mind alone that he is an eternal spiritual entity, a brilliant star, shining by the light of its own essence, within the bespangled body of Nui, the queen of infinite space. Iamblichus lays the law down quite clearly in the mysteries, that not by discursive reasoning or through philosophic thinking alone does one come into fellowship with the gods. It is through the awakening of the higher spiritual powers by means of the rite of magic that we have already defined that the consummation of the long ages is effected. What we call so casually the imagination in the ordinary man is, according to the exponents of magic, the major faculty of the soul to assimilate the images and reflections of these other levels of awareness of which James speaks. The imagination is the vision of the soul, whereby it perceives directly and immediately ideas and thoughts of every kind. The spiritual exercises of St. Ignatius of Loyola are really one specific form of magical procedure. There, Loyola counsels his disciples to relive in the sphere of the imagination all the events in the outward historical life of Jesus. By this method, they are to train their imaginations to see, touch, smell, and taste those invisible things and rehearse those incidents long since accomplished and vanished, which were perceived through the senses of their incarnated Lord. Saint Ignatius desires the imagination to be exalted to its uttermost. If you are meditating on an article of faith, he would have you construct the locality clearly and with exactitude before the vision of the mind's eye, to observe it carefully and closely, even to touch it, as it were. If it be held, for example, he gives you burning rocks to handle. He makes you float in a...
And what's your point is, Yaakov?
My point for what Rabbi was saying about the Arab, you don't... Today we don't need it to be in a primarily Jewish area. But he was right for saying it was created for when Jews were in segregated communities all by themselves.
Exactly, so that's the difference we have. Well, I don't believe in a development
Right from darkness as thick as pitch. He places liquid sulfur upon your tongue. Your nostrils are filled with a stench as of hell itself. And he shows you torments, causing you to hear excruciating groans. He would have you also construct the vision of Calvary, with the glorified Christ crowned with thorns on the cross, accomplishing the redemption of mankind, surveying the heavens with pained eyes, while calling upon his Father in heaven. He would have you envisage the startling wonder of the resurrection and the miracles performed long ago in Palestine. All this, St. Ignatius bids your will to create in imagination by constant exercise, and thus, in this way, apply James's stimulus to reveal these other levels of consciousness which are present at every moment of our lives. Perseverance and constant application will certainly bestow upon the student a will which is indomitable, a mind capable of prolonged concentration, and above all, an imagination which is the essence of creativeness. One of the exercises that is analogous to those recommended by St. Ignatius is on a more prosaic level. The student is to picture to himself, for example, that is sitting by a mighty waterfall, a Niagara, and before his inner eye, let him create an image of the river high up in its source, murmuring and rambling peacefully along. Then let him conceive of its gradual approach to the precipice, wild torrents of maddened waters, swirling hither and thither in churning cascades of whitened foam, tumbling against the rocky boulders, and being irresistibly hurled forward over the edge. Let him further imagine these thousands of tons of water surging headlong over the precipice with a constant reverberating echo of thunder. Conceive then the spray being shot out in all directions, the beauty of the snowy surf reflecting the sunlight into iridescent rainbows full of brilliant color and hue. And let him hear, and upon hearing marvel, the deep, thunderous voice of the terrific impact of their volume against lower rocks and waters. The student may also construct in imagination more familiar things, the noise of a speeding train, the taste of chocolate, the smells of sweet perfumes and incenses, and the touch of burning coal. Not only must the imaginative formulation of the sense be distinct, that is to say, the taste of chocolate or of sweet caramels, for example, should be clearly imagined. But also the students should so train themselves as to sustain or prolong the image or impression. By these efforts of the imagination, its power will germinate and grow, developing beyond conception, and with the passage of time, a new power of creativity and vision will come to it. Similarly, in the Hindu system, there is the prescription of meditation for much the same purpose on the tablets, or the colored symbols of the elements, of which they claim 5.
So his intention seems to...
Combinations of these 5 produce the sub-elements and elements. The pictorial
This is the first hermetic principle. That's...
make remarkably good objects for the exercise of the imagination. There is a red triangle for fire, a horizontal silver crescent for air,
What
a blue
is
circle
magic?
for water, a yellow square for earth,
He can't stop
and a
thinking
black
about you.
area
They
for
told you this
spirit.
was going to be your last.
A combination of any two symbols, such as a red triangle surmounting a silver crescent, or a small blue circle placed in the middle of a yellow square, seem in a most singular way to stand out from the dark background of the inner vision and to stimulate all the powers of the imagination. Only a short time suffices to procure efficiency in the visualization of these symbols. In his introduction to a book entitled The Yoga Aphorisms of Patanjali, William Q. George made the statement that the ancient Hindu sages knew the secret of the development of the will and how to increase tenfold both its power and efficacy. This secret of the ages, the enhancement of the power of will and wisdom, has never really been lost. Will, to the student of the divine magic, is the primary factor in the production of whatever spiritual changes he proposes. The will is neither good nor bad. It is power only, and so vitalizes all things alike. In a sense, here is where a certain danger of magic intrudes. It is not enough for the student to become God-intoxicated and wrapped in the knowledge and conversation of his higher self. Great as this is in itself, it is not yet enough. For into him whose mind is disorderly and ignorant and poorly disciplined, the gods pour their wine in vain. Because the mind is abdicated to reach a higher synthesis and a nobler kind of consciousness, there is no cause to neglect the application of that faculty to the matters pertaining to its own place in nature. That is why, under the ancient systems, grammar, philosophy, science, and logic were taught to cultivate and so improve the mind, and mathematics too, because the methods of that science were disciplinary and orderly. Geometry, music, and the arts were also inculcated, and a system of symbols was deduced therefrom. Now the consequence of all these disciplines is obvious. As time progresses through this technique, the student accomplishes two separate things, both of them being major aspects of what we have come to call the great work. A perpetual vigilance, approximating a most powerful current of willpower, has been generated. This, from the beginning, tends to bring all the activities of the human being under conscious control of the will. The second aspect of accomplishment is that not only does the student find himself in possession of a greatly enhanced will, but that the mind itself, all the faculties comprised in the ego, previously so troublesome and lacking in concentration, has gradually, because of the dynamic will and these various disciplines, has been placed under control. And in this way, the student becomes enabled to fulfill the terms of what James so eloquently wrote. We apply the necessary stimulus, and there we find in all their completeness these definite types of consciousness which must play an enormous role in the future evolution of mankind. The gods of Egypt. The Egyptians, like most primitive peoples, were polytheists. Their pantheon was very extensive. We must not fall into the serious error of equating primitive with stupid. On the contrary, the state of Egyptian art, architecture, and astronomy indicate a high degree of intellectual attainment. We are forced to the assumption, then, that there must be more to their polytheism than at first meets the eye. Primitive man did not create the gods, as think so many modern students of comparative religion, who are destitute of all sympathy and religious genius. What primitive man really did, perhaps unconsciously, was to apply names and quasi-human faculties to these powers or great forces of nature, which he so accurately observed, and which he believed rightly enough to be manifestations or symbols of the divine. All the thoughts and ideas, all the great learning and knowledge of the Egyptians found their pictorial expression in allegory, parable, and painting. The evidence presents itself simply that these many Egyptian gods, all symbolic of the various creative aspects of divinity, are emergents from a ground of being or Godhead, which perhaps the average person in earlier days could never have conceived, but which was tacitly assumed by the priestly class. The famous Egyptologist Wallace Barge confirms this idea, stating, "The learned understood the meaning of symbols and paid their adorations through them to the truths of which they were the coverings." This is not dissimilar to the lofty abstract mysticism of Meister Eckhart, which could hardly have been appreciated by, for example, a 13th century German or Italian peasant who angrily might place an image of a saint in a dark cupboard for not having fulfilled the supplicant's wish or prayer. At the head of the Egyptian pantheon soars a God who is one, immortal, uncreated, invisible, and hidden in the inaccessible depths of his essence. So wrote Dr. Marriott Bay in his description of the principal monuments at the Egyptian Museum at Bulak in Cairo. And he continued, "This God is the creator of the heavens and of the earth. He has made everything which exists, and nothing has been made without him. Such is the God who is reserved for the initiated of the sanctuary." Most of the great Egyptian scholars recognized all the gods of all the pantheons as phases or aspects of this great God. Their religion and their gods must not be judged by the standard of the religion and gods of any later civilized nation. We can only know what the Egyptians thought and believed by reading and studying the texts which they wrote. And a final opinion on their beliefs cannot be obtained until all their religious literature has been published. And Wallace Lodge went on to say, the general outline, however, of their religion is clear enough, and it shows us that they possessed a good, practical form of monotheism and a belief in immortality, which were already extremely ancient, even in the days when the pyramids were built. But an abstract, impersonal God is far too vague and nebulous, and altogether unsuited to the layman's needs and comprehensions. It is too far removed from his concrete life here and now. So man needs a more intimate, personal deity to whom he can relate himself in a meaningful way. As he himself grows emotionally and spiritually, he can discard some of the narrow forms that previously meant so much to him. As to which one of these gods a man originally selects, this has as much to do with temperament and basic character as it has with training and conditioning. A soldier or an aggressive personality would find the worship of Horus, who presides over war, more suited to his structure, while a sculptor or a poet would certainly feel nearer to Hathor, who is the patron god of the arts. One person may need a warm, loving mother like Isis. Another may need to feel watched over by a stern, testy senior such as Horus. We may consider the Egyptian gods under two broad categories. First, as personifications of the vast creative forces of the universe, and secondly, since man is the microcosm of the macrocosm, as primitive archetypes within the depths of the unconscious psyche. In fact, Dr. Jung has laid down the proposition that since the primordial archetypes function within the unconscious depths of the human psyche, as the gods of olden times were said to have behaved, we might just as well call them gods, for their function is at all times inviolable, immutable, and consistent. That man was fashioned by the gods in the same manner, or on the same pattern as the cosmos itself, of which he is a part, was implicit in all Egyptian religious belief. Throughout many of the rituals in the Egyptian religious texts, many resemblances are made between the anatomies of various of the gods and of man himself. For example, the individual parts of man were placed under the protection of, or better still, were identified with a god or goddess. His hair was said to be the hair of Nui, the sky goddess. His face that of Aten, the solar disk. The eyes, those of Hathor. His belly and back, those of Sekhet. His phallus, that of Ra, the creative god, and so on. In this way, he could truthfully exclaim, "There is no member of my body which is not a member of the gods." This therefore gave the Egyptian a supreme awareness of the divinity of his body itself. There was no part shameful, no physiological function unclean, for in him and in his every part there was ample evidence of a divine, time-transcending order. Each god in the Egyptian myth had a precise, well-defined function to perform in the cosmos, creative, preservative, or destructive as the case may be. And that function had been accurately ascertained by observation, both secular and religious, carried out over a long period of time, and the qualities and nature of the god were expressed in pictures. That the Egyptians conceived Ra, the sun god, to exist actually in such a conventional art form as that in which they painted him, I must not be construed as believing, nor that they considered the sun at midnight to assume the form of a beetle. What they actually did believe was that the symbol of the scarab expressed in various subtle ways the nature of the sun after the hour of setting at midnight. The cow, likewise, was a symbol of exuberant fertility. The ibis, a god of wisdom and supreme intelligence. The hawk, by reason of its ability to remain poised in the sky, was a perfect symbol of the divine self, which, detached from all things of earth and form, looks down upon them with the eye of equanimity. When Christianity developed later, there was a gradual absorption of some of the contents of the older religions. They were absorbed without too much difficulty. It is recognized by many scholars that some of the characteristics of Isis, for example, were attributed to Mary. Some of those of Osiris, the resurrection god, were similar to those relative to Christ. And many of the other gods were either attributed to the archangels and angels of tradition or embodied in the virtues and characters of the great saints of the early Christian era. It may help to further this idea if we consider individual gods and what they stood for. For example, one of the most important and early gods is named Kitover. His name literally means the opener, or one who opens the way. He is shown on some of the ancient drawings as a potter working at a potter's wheel with a lump of clay, from which he fashions the first men or the earth and the heavens. In his monumental text, The Gods of the Egyptians, Wallace Barge gives innumerable pages describing myths, showing that Ptah was the prime mover, the demiurge, who had with his own hands fashioned and created the worlds. As such, he refers in the microcosm to the secret self hidden in the heart of man. This refers to the self-born, or higher nature of man, without father or mother, because the inner nature of the soul is the matrix for the higher life, born through the exercise of right action, right thinking, and right feeling. Another important god is Thoth, or Tahuti, as he is often called, the divine intelligence, which, at the moment of creation, uttered the word which resulted in the formation of the worlds. Some statues show him with a wand of authority, and the ankh, which is the symbol of eternal life and joy, as well as with the stylus, the instrument for writing, a further evidence of his wisdom and sagacity. The Jungian psychologists might relate this god image to the unconscious archetype of the wise old man who appears at the appropriate time to guide the human soul in the direction of the reconciliation of the two opposites, and so towards spiritual freedom and spiritual wholeness. Isis, who is often shown carrying the child Horus, is believed by Barge and some other historians to serve as the prototype of the Catholic version of Mary and the child Jesus. Many of the ancient litanies written about her worship are not too dissimilar to those found in any Roman Catholic missal. As the compassionate and omnipotent mother of both worlds, she drew to herself a vast throng of devotees and worshippers. She personified the vast reproductive power in nature conceiving eternally and immaculately. It was her own life that was always used in graciously and successfully restoring those that had need of her. Once again, in psychological terms, she serves as a symbol of profound archetypal concepts which mediate between the depths of the soul and external reality, the inner matrix from which all ideas, feelings, and creativity have their origin. Many of the traditional signs and symbols borne by the gods have equally a very profound meaning. For example, the ankh, or the Venus symbol, which has become popularized in the current search for meaning, is the symbol of joy and love and eternal life. The lotus, found at the top of many of the wands carried by the gods, is a flower sacred to nature. The lotus has its roots in the material mud from which it springs, passes up through a more tenuous medium, the water, and then flowers wonderfully in the higher open medium, the air. Here are symbolized the physical, psychical, and spiritual worlds, symbolized in a simple way to appeal to the common mind. It sees matured in the matrix of the mother plant and are of virgin-born purity before they drop into the water to carry on life. Thus, the lotus flower came to symbolize immortality. According to one authority, the following facts are most significant. Ra, for example, represents fire. In man, consciousness. Shu represents air. In man, mentality or his mind. Seb, or earth, represents in man the material body and all its functions. Osiris, or water, in man, the higher emotional aspirations. According to this same authority, the upright bar of the cross symbolizes the inner nature of man, the inner world of feeling and emotion. To represent the effort man must make to live up to his ideals and thus express his real self, we shall take the crossbar of the cross to represent the will. In the beginning, the crossbar is found at the bottom of the upright bar. But as man progresses, and as a sign of his progress, the crossbar gradually rises or drops according as he exemplifies in his personal daily life the ethical teachings of his religion, be that what it may. Dr. Stewart also wrote that the Egyptians knew of only one way to worship God, and that was to refrain from doing evil. Through the power of independent choice, the individual rises above fate or blind evolutionary law because he possesses innately that power to exercise an independent, self-conscious, and rational volition. He may live his life in accordance with the rules of the great goddess Ma'at. That is to say, he has the power to do right, governed by his own inner equilibrium and a higher sense of necessity. Thus, the governing causes in the evolution of man are independent will and desire, which stimulate intellectual and emotional creativity, with a new moral purpose as a foundation and ethical satisfaction as an earned increment. And this is the becoming, the transformation, or the higher evolution indicated in the ancient symbolism of the Egyptian Book of the Dead. These are invocations of some of the Egyptian gods. These prayers have their roots in very ancient traditions. What value do these invocations have? Only if they are used frequently, and with sincerity, and with purpose, do they take on meaning. One of the guidelines that has been laid down by those in a position to guide us is to invoke often. The second one is to pray with enthusiasm, with fervor, with energy. Merely to utter these invocations, or any prayer for that matter, in a dull, routine way, is simply to express a mass of words wholly without meaning. These prayers have to be meditated upon, so that they come to stimulate the inner core of one's being. At the same time, an even more important matter is that while reciting the invocation, the imagination should be activated to form an image of the appropriate God form enveloping one's actual physical form. If Isis, then one should come to feel that one has about one the traditional female form of the goddess. And in the case of Tahuti, there should be the clear realization that one has an ibis head, the long neck of the bird under consideration, and if Horus is invoked, the divine falcon or hawk should be perceived in the imagination as clothing one's body. With regular, consistent practice, one may expect to feel the actual presence of the divine energy and to realize psychologically the nature of the god, and in fact to activate those unconscious archetypal forms and characteristics which they are representative of. This is not an intellectual process or activity by any means, but is a heightening of spiritual sensitivity and consciousness, so that its awareness is as much of a reality as is the sensing of one's own body or any part thereof. The invocation of Thoth. The invocation of Isis. I beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear me, O Lady Isis, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with a throne, thou horned as with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear me, Our Lady Isis, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen, as thou art mother and daughter of the slain one. O thou who art the Lady of the earth, hear me, O Lady Isis, hear and save. O thou Lady of the amber skin, Lady of love and victory, bright gate of glory through the darkling skies, O crowned with light and life and love, hear me, Our Lady, hear and save. By thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by my desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old, hear me, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy child. Stretch forth thine arms, and strain me to thy breast. Let my lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear me, O Lady Isis, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid me in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save me from that I fear most. I invoke thee to initiate my soul. The whirling of my dance, may it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in me and bring me to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Isis am I, and from my life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. I am the mother, I the speaking sea. I am the earth and its fertility, life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me, to me. Isis am I, and to my beauty drawn, all glories of the universe bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn, fruits blush and woman, our creation's crown. I am the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. I am the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely mine, are mine. Isis am I, the love and light of earth, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the barren pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. I am the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. I was song, music, passion, death, upon thy lyre, thy lyre. I am the grail and I the glory now. I am the flame and fuel of thy breast. I am the star of God upon thy brow. I am thy queen, enraptured and possessed. Hide thee, sweet river. Welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me, to me. Hear, Lady Isis, and receive my prayer. Thee I worship and invoke. Hail to thee, sole mother of my life. The invocation of Horus. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. O thou of the hair of the hawk, thee I invoke. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was flame, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water, thee I invoke. O thou whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning, thee I invoke. O thou who hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother. Thee I invoke. O thou whose garment is of golden glory, with the azure bars of sky, thee I invoke. Thou who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon, thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust, thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee, thee I invoke. O thou whose nemesis hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, thee I invoke. Thou who travellest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the Aftet boat, and of the Sextet boat, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest the wand of double power, thee I essence, is shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory, the untravelled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire, thee I invoke. O thou who bearest the rose and cross of life and light, thee I invoke. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Harmachis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name, Mao, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun. By thy name, Tum, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name, Kefra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy name, Ur-Par-Krat, lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name of Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. By thy name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heaven of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the sagas. By thy name of Yahshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, Uri, thee I invoke. The names are 5, the names are 6, 11 are the names. Abracadabra. Behold, I stand in the midst. Mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. Unto the splendor of Geburah, the magnificence of Chesed, the mystery of Da'ath, thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reversed, the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lawman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing abbai that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine also is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the word of double power in the voice of the Master. Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 other voices, Abrahadabra. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament or of the ether, of the earth or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, may be thou. Abrahadabra. The 4 adorations. This one is to be said at sunrise. Hail unto thee, who art Ra in thy rising, even unto thee who art Ra in thy strength, who travellest over the heavens in thy bark at the uprising of the sun. Tahuti standeth in his splendour at the prow, and Ra abideth at the helm. Hail unto thee from the abodes of night. This next one is to be recited at noon. Hail unto thee, who art Hathor in thy triumphing, even unto thee who art Hathor in thy beauty, who travellest over the heavens in thy bark, at the mid-course of the sun. Tahuti standeth in his splendour at the prow, and Ra abideth at the helm. Hail unto thee from the abodes of morning. The following should be recited at sunset. Hail unto thee, who art tomb in thy setting, even unto thee who art tomb in thy joy, who travellest over the heavens in thy bark, at the downgoing of the sun. Tahuti standeth in his splendour at the prow, and Ra abideth at the helm. Hail unto thee from the abodes of day. And at midnight, this is the adoration to be recited. Hail unto thee who art Kephra in thy hiding, even unto thee who art Kephra in thy silence, who travellest over the heavens in thy bark at the midnight hour of the sun. Tahuti standeth in his splendour at the prow, and Ra abideth at the helm. Hail unto thee from the abodes of evening.
Rose Cross Ritual. It is imperative that all the exercises on all these tapes be performed regularly. Sooner or later, some salutary results may follow. You might then wish to offer up a prayer of thanksgiving at the opening of each practice session. Use your own imagination and ingenium to compose the kind of prayer that suits you and your own beliefs, rather than follow slavishly some already existent prayer, no matter how excellent it may be. Now face the east. Place the lighted incense stick on the altar or table in front of you. Raise your arms to form a cross. Intone this invocation. I am he, the born, the spirit, having sight in the feet, strong and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hates that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he the grace of the world. The heart girt with a serpent is my name. Extend the right arm in front of you, holding a lighted incense stick, and trace in the east the first large rose cross. Visualize a beautiful, transparent, clear blue flame of the cross, following the movement of the incense. From the top of the upright bar to the bottom. From opposite the left shoulder to opposite the right shoulder for the crossbar. Halfway on the top part of the upright bar, start the rose circle by moving the incense stick to the right, around the intersection, and close again at the top. The name Yeshua should be vibrated as the cross is traced, and the name Yehovah vibrated as the rose is made upon the cross. Upon completion, the incense stick should be pointed to the center of the rose cross. Pause. Then with arms still extended, turn right. Move to the south, which you face. Again trace the rose cross as before, vibrating the names Yeshua and Yehovah. Visualize the beautiful blue flame following the incense as you trace the large rose cross. Point the incense stick at the center of the rose cross, and with your right arm extended in front of you, continue to the right until you face west. Complete the rose cross with a vibrating name. Point the incense stick to the center of the cross. to the right, to the north. Inscribe the rose cross in this quadrant and vibrate Yeshua and Yehovah as before. Yeshua, Yehovah. Point to the center of this rose cross of the north, and with extended arm, complete the circle, pointing to the center of the east rose cross, where you are once again facing east. Pause and lower your arm momentarily. Point the incense stick to the center of the rose cross of the east. Now extend and raise your right arm with the incense stick towards the ceiling, moving from the front east to the rear west. Halfway between the rose cross of the east and the west, point to the ceiling. Trace the rose cross with the incense stick there and vibrate Yeshua and Yehovah. Yehovah. Lower the extended arm to the rear or west and touch the incense stick to the center of the western rose cross. Your body will turn slightly as you do this. Continue, moving now from west to east, lowering the extended arm at the midpoint and pointing towards the floor. Trace the protecting rose cross with proper intonation of the names Yeshua and Yehovah. Yeshua, Yehovah. Raise the extended arm to the rose cross of the east and complete the circle by touching the center of our first rose cross. Pause and lower your arm momentarily. Turn and proceed to the right, so that you are now facing the south. Raise the extended arm and incense stick, pointing to the center of the southern rose cross, and then lift it towards the ceiling, moving towards the north. At the midpoint, pointing to the ceiling, vibrate the names while tracing another rose cross. Yeshua, Yehovah. Touch the center. Pause. Then lower the extended arm back over your head to the north rose cross, where the center is touched. and the extended arm moves down and back towards the south to the midpoint on the floor, where the rose cross is again inscribed. Vibrate the names and visualize the transparent blue flaming cross. Yeshua, Yehovah Shah. Touch the center of the new cross and then complete the circle by returning the pointed incense to the southern rose cross, touching the center and closing the circle. Extend the arm to the front of you, and holding the incense stick, move to the right, all the way back to the east, closing and completing the circle. The right arm is now dropped to the side. Extend arms to form a cross. Then invoke with me. Unto thee, soul wise, soul eternal, and soul merciful one, be the praise and the glory forever. Who has permitted me to enter thus far into the sanctuary of thy mysteries, not unto my name, but unto thine be the glory. Let the influence of thy divine ones descend upon my head, and teach me the value of self-sacrifice, so that I shrink not in the hour of trial, but that thus my name may be written upon high, and my genius stand in the presence of the Holy One. In that hour, when the Son of Man is invoked before the Lord of Spirits, and his name in the presence of the Ancient of Days. Amen. Now lower the arms and sit down quietly within the magic sphere. Relax completely. Meditate quietly upon the meaning of the ritual and the invocations. Christ be with me, Christ within me, Christ behind me, Christ before me, Christ beside me, Christ to win me, Christ to comfort and restore me, Christ beneath me, Christ above me, Christ in quiet, Christ in danger, Christ in hearts of all that love me, Christ in mouth of friend and stranger. try not to let your mind wander. Who should not praise thee, O Lord of the universe, unto whom there is none like, whose dwelling is in heaven, and in every virtuous and God-fearing heart. O God, thou vast one, thou art in all things. O nature, thou self from nothing, for what else can I call thee? In myself I am nothing. In thee I am self, and exist in thy selfhood from eternity. Live thou in me, and bring me unto that self which is in thee. If your mind wanders, gently bring it back. Now breathe deeply. Move your body. Gently return to your normal conscious state. Stand erect. Spread your feet slightly apart. Take a deep breath. Stretch and twist your body. Relax the muscles. Twist and stretch again. Relax. Exhale and let your body flop from the waist, dangling like a rag doll. Inhale and bring your body back into the upright position, loose and relaxed, but upright. Exhale, let your body flop again. Inhale, coming up from the floor. Exhale, flopping forward. Inhale, up and relaxed. Exhale, flop like a rag doll. In, up, 3, 4, out, flop, 3, 4. In, up, 3, 4, out, flop, 3, 4. Wiggle your body, up and down like a snake. turn it loose as if it were boneless. Let go completely. Arms, head, neck and shoulders, all loose. No tension. Let us dedicate this work to an awareness of the ever-living God by using an ancient prayer. Who should not praise thee, O Lord of the universe, unto whom there is none like, whose dwelling is in heaven and in every virtuous and God-fearing heart. O God, thou vast one, thou art in all things. O nature, thou self from nothing, for what else can I call thee? In myself I am nothing. In thee I am self, and exist in thy selfhood from eternity. Live thou in me, and bring me unto that self which is in thee. Lie down and make yourself comfortable. You are now ready to become more aware of your body. Breathe easily with the lips slightly open. Wiggle around for a moment to find that one position which is most comfortable for you. Now stay in it. Do not move from it in any way. From this moment forward, remain absolutely motionless. Make no voluntary muscular movement, not even a wiggle of the toe or the bending of a finger. Motionless. Now try to feel what is going on inside your body. Let your mind roam freely from head to toe and back again. Slowly, deliberately, methodically. Verbalize what you do feel. Speak out loud as though reporting your different sensations. You are attempting to do one thing and one thing only: to heighten your awareness of sensations inside your own body. You may become conscious of an itching in the scalp. Leave it alone. In a moment or two, it should die down and then totally disappear. Your attention may soon be distracted by a muscular itch or a tingling somewhere else in the body. Whatever it is, again, do nothing about it. Merely observe. Sensations in the different parts of the body will come and go without apparent rhyme or reason. Watch them. Become aware of your body as something you have lived with. And perhaps now, for the first time, you watch it let go and become soft and relaxed. Above all, make no judgments about what you observe. Merely notice. Don't criticize or reject any of these sensations. They may be comfortable or uncomfortable, pleasurable or otherwise, but they are your own. Try to become keenly aware of all the sensations without trying to ignore them or to change them. Be aware of everything that is going on inside. This is the process, eventually leading to self-realization, the integration of the whole man. sensations in different parts of the body will come and go. Watch them. Verbalize and study what you do feel. Let your mind roam freely without becoming fixated on any one part of your body. Make no judgments about what you observe. Make no effort to separate your mind, your awareness, from these bodily sensations. There may be a great temptation to think of something else to distract your mind from discomfort. Don't succumb to this. Just watch and observe. Concentrate only on what we are doing, watching and observing our body sensations. Don't criticize or reject any of the different sensations, comfortable or uncomfortable, pleasurable or otherwise. They are your own. Accept them just as they are. nothing else but merely observe the rise and fall of sensation without attempting to modify whatever may occur. This practice heightens the function that is called self-recollection, mindfulness, and self-awareness. Experience what is going on inside your body. Become aware of what is happening. Observe the rise and fall of bodily and muscular sensation. Don't attempt to modify whatever sensory phenomena may occur. Verbalize. Express clearly what comes before your attention, your awareness, what you feel. Realize that you are becoming aware of your body. You are really trying to become aware of what it feels like. Let your mind move around. Don't try to restrain it or to fix it on any one area or to any one sensation. Let your mind float around inside, from head to toes. take the time to really get the feel of your body. Become aware all the time, not just when it hurts or when there is a pain or an ache. Feel and experience the difference in the different parts of your body. Sense what is going on within your body. With one broad mental sweep, become aware of the body as a whole. From the crown of the head to the tips of the toes. See what the body feels like. Whether it is beginning to tingle or whether it has just faded out, leaving you as a kind of free-floating entity, a free floating self. Now stretch and twist and enjoy the feeling of your body on the surface. Try and feel what it's like. Wiggle your body around. What sensations do you derive from this? They can be extraordinarily pleasant and pleasurable, and should be. Feel what your body is like as you move it, and as you finally let it at rest. Give thanks for whatever guidance you have received or progress made. Blessed be thou, Lord of the universe, for thy glory flows out to the ends of the universe, rejoicing. The lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. This ritual includes the Kabbalistic cross, both at the beginning and the end. the Kabbalistic cross. Imagine yourself beginning to grow taller and taller. You are as big as the house, still growing and growing, bigger and bigger. The earth is getting smaller. Your head is now above the clouds, towering among the stars. The earth, a small, revolving ball beneath your feet. Far out in the universe, you see a brilliant, scintillating white light. Imagine and visualize this brilliant light descending to form a sphere of light just above your head. Raise your right hand slightly above your forehead. With it, bring the ball of light down and touch your forehead, vibrating the word Otto. Otto, which means thou art. The hand is now brought straight down to the region of the solar plexus, and with it descends a great shaft of pure white light, encompassing your now enormous astral body. As the shaft of light descends to the feet, vibrate the word Malkuth. Malkuth, meaning the kingdom. Visualize and feel this brilliant ray or shaft of pure light which has descended from above and encompasses your tremendous astral body. Touch the right shoulder. With this tap, a sphere of light is formed just off the right shoulder, in tone of the word Vagabura. Vagabura, which means and the power. Move your right hand across your body and imagine that from this right sphere of light extends a beam of scintillating light, penetrating the chest and continuing through and just beyond the left shoulder. At this time, the left shoulder is tapped, and another sphere of light is formed while you vibrate the word Vagadula. Vagadula, which means and the glory. In this manner is formed the cross of light. Now clasp your hands in a praying position on your chest. with both arms and elbows raised, to be encompassed in the horizontal beam of light. Vibrate the final word, L'Olam. L'Olam. Amen. Meaning forever. Amen. Face the east. For the ceremonial instrument, you may use a stick of incense, a ritual dagger, or the pointed index finger of your right hand. Inscribe in the air before you a large vanishing pentagram. That means, with your ritual instrument in your right hand, start at the lower left-hand point of the pentagram, opposite and outside your left hip. The hand is moved to the uppermost point of the pentagram, which is pictured in front of and just above your forehead. Continue tracing downwards to outside and opposite the right hip. Now move upwards diagonally to outside and opposite the left shoulder. Horizontally across your body to a point even with and outside your right shoulder. And complete the pentagram by moving down to the starting point opposite your left hip. As your hand moves, visualize a beautiful blue flame which follows the point of the dagger as it inscribes the five-pointed star. When the pentagram has been completely traced, thrust the point of the dagger to the center of the pentagram, vibrating the deity name, Yod-Heh Vav-Heh, imagining that your voice carries forward to the end of the universe. With dagger still extended, turn in place or circumambulate to your right, to the south, and make a vanishing pentagram. That is, starting from the lower left and moving to the upper center. And with the central thrust of the dagger, vibrate the deity name, Adonai. Each pentagram remains a flame and is connected with a continuous circle being traced by the extended dagger. Turn or move to the west. With arm and dagger extended, make the same type of pentagram as before. As you once again score the dagger in the center of the star, vibrate the God name, Yay. Now turn to the north. Dagger still extended, make the same type of pentagram, and upon completion, thrust the dagger in the center of the star and vibrate the deity name. Agala. With arm and dagger still pointed, return to the east. Complete your circle of flame by bringing the point of your dagger to the center of the first pentagram. Pause a moment. Imagine, and above all, realize, you are standing in a flaming circle with beautiful fiery pentagrams in each quadrant. Facing the east, with arms outstretched in the form of a cross, say and vibrate before me, Raphael. Behind me, Gabriel. At my right hand, Michael. At my left hand, Oriel. Before me flames the pentagram, and in the column stands the six-rayed star. Follow the above pentagram ritual, once again using the Kabbalistic cross as before. Imagine yourself beginning to grow taller. The earth is getting smaller. A small, revolving ball beneath your feet. Far out in the universe, you see a brilliant, scintillating white light. Visualize this brilliant light descending to form a sphere of light just above your head. Raise your right hand slightly above your forehead. Bring the ball of light down and touch your forehead, vibrating the word Atto. Atto, which means thou art. The hand is now brought straight down to the region of the solar plexus. As the shaft of light descends to the feet, vibrate the word Malkuth. Malkuth, meaning the kingdom. Visualize this brilliant shaft of pure light from above and touch the right shoulder. A sphere of light is formed just off the right shoulder, in tone of the word Vagabura. Vagabura, which your body. At this time, the left shoulder is tapped, and another sphere of light is formed while you vibrate the word Vagadula. Vagadula, which means and the glory. In this manner is formed the cross of light. Now clasp your hands with both arms and elbows raised. Vibrate the final word, La'olam. La'olam. Amen. Meaning forever. Amen. The lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. Ato. Malkut. Vagabura. Vagadula. La'olam. Amen. Yada hey vav hey. Adonai. Yay. Agala. Before me, Raphael. Behind me, Gabriel. At my right hand, Michael. At my left hand, Oriel. Before me flames the pentagram. In the column stands the six-rayed star. Ato. Malkut. Vagabura. Vagadula. stay seated position. While you are in this relaxed position and breathing rhythmically, we will do the middle pillar exercise. Sit upright in your chair, both feet on the floor, alert, but fully relaxed. Join with me in this invocation. O Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, ruler of the light and the darkness, we adore thee and we adore. Favor upon thee. Aspirations of my soul. Enabled to accomplish the greater work. To the glory of thine ineffable name. Amen. Imagine that there is a brilliant white light just above and touching the crown of your head. This bright sphere of light has the diameter of a small dinner plate or a salad plate. Visualize it in brilliant, scintillating, pure white light. See it. Imagine it. Picture this whirling sphere of light and vividly sense it as vibrating, revolving, radiating. As you imagine this ball of light, periodically vibrate or intone the Hebrew word Ehyeh within this sphere of light. The vibration of this divine name will be found a great help to your concentration. Direct the vibrations of the name into this sphere of brilliant white light. Your mind may wander. If it does, gently lead it back to the contemplation of this center. Then vibrate the name again and again. Now imagine that from this brilliant white sphere, a radiant shaft of light is emitted, which descends through through the skull and brain, stopping at the throat. Here, a second sphere of light is formed. Again, this sphere is about the size of a small dinner plate or salad plate, and includes the throat and the lowest portion of the face. The larynx is the center of this radiating sphere. The divine name is Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. If your mind wanders, bring it back gently to the visualization of the center and vibrate the divine name again. Yehovah Elohim. Mentally direct the vibration of the name to the center itself, so that it feels as if the name vibrates within the sphere of scintillating white light. Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. Focusing and vibrating the God name helps keep your mind concentrated. Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. Now see and feel the brilliant white shaft of light extend from the throat and go downward through the chest to form another sphere of brilliant white light resting on your diaphragm. Maintain the sharpest visualization. Sense it. Feel it. The actual result is unmistakable when you acquire it. It is a real physical sensation. Vibrate the name. Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. again visualize this sphere of light, encompassing the whole chest, resting on the solar plexus. If your mind should wander from the sphere of light, coax it gently back by vibrating the powerful divine name. Yehovah Elovada. Yehovah Elovada. Yehovah Elovada. The radiant shaft descends through the abdomen to the pelvic area, where another white ball of brilliant white light is to be visualized. The name to be vibrated in this center is Shaddai El Chai. Shaddai El Chai. Shaddai El Chai. Shaddai El Chai. Vibrate the divine name frequently to facilitate concentration. Shaddai El Chai. Shaddai El Chai. Shaddai El Chai. Visualize the shaft descending from the pelvic sphere to the ankles and feet, where you are once again grounded to the earth. Here, it forms another sphere of pure scintillating white light. Formulate and visualize this brilliant, dazzling sphere of light. Vibrate the divine name Adonai Haaretz. Adonai Haaretz. Adonai Haaretz. this center is gradually awakened by fixed and steady concentration and by repeated vibrations of the divine name. Adonai Hara. Adonai Hara. Adonai Hara. Pause for a moment. See and sense the shaft of silvery light scattered with these 5 incomparably brilliant centers of light, stretching from the crown of the head to the soles of the feet. This is the middle pillar. Move your imagination back to the crown of the head, to the white sphere of light corresponding to Ketha on the tree of life. Now will and imagine that as you exhale, the light energy begins to stream down the left side of the body to the feet. And as you inhale, imagine this band of energy ascending the right side of the body, coming back to Ketha. Visualize the psycho-spiritual energy as a band of light radiation extending out some distance from the body. It moves down the left side as you exhale. Up the right as you inhale. Let this psychic circulation flow evenly to the rhythm of the breath. This is the advantage of having learned rhythmic breathing before. Inhale, up the right side. Exhale, down the left, in rhythm with the breathing. Inhale, up the right side. Exhale, the energy flows down the left side. Inhale, the energy flows up the right. Exhale, the energy flows down the left. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Visualize the energy flow now changing direction. As you exhale now, the energy moves down the front of the body, turning under the soles of the feet and ascending up the back as you inhale. As you exhale, the energy flows down in the front. Inhale, the energy flows up the back. Exhale, it flows down. Inhale, it flows up. Exhale, down the front. Inhale, up the back. Exhale, inhale. Exhale, circulations of light about the body develop an ovoid-shaped aura of swiftly circulating, radiant, psycho-spiritual energy which surrounds the whole body. Return your attention now to the earth center in the feet and imagine the action of a fountain. Just as water is forcibly drawn up through a pipe until it jets out above, falling in a spray on all sides, so it is with this energy power. As you breathe in, the energy is sucked into your earth center from the ovoid aura, pulled upwards by the magnetic attraction of the spirit center above the head. Then vigorously it surges overhead with a marvelous fountain-like display with the exhalation. Imagine this psycho-spiritual energy falling all about you within the confines of this ovoid aura. Inhale, and the energy ascends the middle pillar into the keta. Exhale, the fountain of energy surges forth to shower your body and spirit. Inhale, up the middle pillar. Exhale, the surging energy sprays all about you. Inhale, and the energy ascends the middle pillar. Exhale, the energy surges forth. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Meditate on and within the enclosing, vibrating light of the spirit. Permit yourself to dwell in this aura of light which surrounds you, filled with spiritual and vital and healing qualities. my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. You are now at one with the one life which pulses throughout the whole universe. Close now by withdrawing the sphere of brilliant light into yourself. Now take a deep breath. Tighten the muscles of your body. Terminate the state of bliss, of ecstasy. The invocation of Thoth. Procul, O procul esti profani, on lasti, on peda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dusk, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein Ptah floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kethra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of Ptah when he created his work. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, all light, all power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one, may be obedient unto me. The Bornless Ritual. Thee I invoke, the Bornless One, thee that didst create the earth and the heavens, Thee that didst create the night and the day, thee that didst create the darkness and the light. Thou art Asa Arnepha, whom no man hath seen at any time. Thou art Earbes. Thou art Ear, Apophras Ra. Thou hast distinguished between the just and the unjust. Thou didst make the female and the male. Thou didst produce the seeds and the fruit. Thou didst form men to love one another and to hate one another. I am Anchor the Consu thy prophet, unto whom thou didst commit thy mysteries, the ceremonies of heaven. Thou didst produce the moist and the dry, and that which nourisheth all created life. Hear thou me, for I am the angel of Ptah, Apophras Ra. This is thy true name, handed down to the prophets of Hem. Hear me. Are, Hiao, Rai, Bet, Atheri, Berset, Bela, Than, Abeu, Ebeu, Phi, Theta, So, Ebe, Theao. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, the terrible and invisible God, who dwellest in the void place of the Spirit. Aro, go, ru, agra, so, thou, nu, dori, fal, tha, the formless one. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. Ru, abra, Mario, dum, Babylon, thou bin Abba, Asalonai, Arthen, Proteth, Abra, Sex, Raoo, Ishure, mighty and bornless one. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, Ma, Bara, El, Kothan, Athori, Balo, Abra. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. Atam, Sabaoth. This is the Lord of the gods. This is the Lord of the universe. This is he whom the winds fear. This is he who, having made voice by his commandment, is Lord of all things, King, ruler, and helper. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. E-A-O-U, He-U-Ray, E-O-U, He-U-Ray, E-R, E-R-A-O, E-O-O-U, Abrasax, Sabriam, O-O, Oof, Oof, Adonai, A-Day, A-Do, Angelos Tonfian, Alala Lai, Gar-E-R, I-Bay, Diathana Thoron. I am he, the born, the spirit, having sight in the feet, strong and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hate, that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the worlds. The heart girt with a serpent is my name. Come thou forth and follow me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. E-R-O, Sabbath.